Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. It's really great to see you all here. Anika, I also need to share my screen, so thank you for that. Please allow me just 1 second to get situated here. So I'm going to pull up my screen so that you can all see the presentation. And first of all, I just want to start off the day by saying hello to everyone who's here, and thank you for your time and your energy today. This is the second day of the Senior Recruitment Fair for all of our class of 2021 seniors who are here today. So I really appreciate all of our partners and students who have made the time to be here. To kick off today's session, we are going to have my boss, the Executive Director of the Office of College and Career Readiness, Dr. Rachel Pfeiffer, as well as another one of my bosses, Miss Julia Baez, who is the Executive Director of Baltimore's Promise. So without further ado, I'm going to kick it over to them.
All right, thank you, Greg. I think I'm kicking us off, and I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Dr. Pfeiffer. So
Wonderful.
thank you so much for having us here today. I just want to, second the welcome to everyone. We are so excited to be here. My name is Julia. I'm with Baltimore's Promise, and I really just want to say thank you to all of our partners and providers who are here today showing up for young people. And young people, thank you for showing up today. When we started Grads to Careers years ago, this was the dream, to create spaces where young people and our amazing network of workforce providers could come together to build a relationship, to get to know each other. And so today is a really exciting opportunity to see all of those different pathways and to really be together and create this community where students have choices and opportunities in front of them. So I really just want to, again, welcome you all. Thank you all for showing up today, showing up for young people, showing up for this partnership. And I just want to wish everyone an exciting connecting day. These are the days that are critically important as we think about the next step. So thank you for having us. Enjoy the day. And Dr. Pfeiffer is going to offer a few words for our students and young people that are joining us today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Baez, and thank you to our providers for being here, and for our students, our seniors, congratulations. You are almost done. We are so excited for you. And we just want to honor your tenacity. You're sticking with what has been a crazy year and more. And we're so glad that you're here today, because it's our goal as a school district, as Mayor's Office of Employment Development, our work together to make sure that you know the options that are available to you when you are leaving high school. There are so many different opportunities for you, whether it be going straight into a job, whether it is going into a training program to get you ready for a career, whether it's going to a 2-year or 4-year college. There's so many different ways that you can get connected after graduation, and we want to make sure that you do get connected, that you find your next step that you're really excited about after you graduate. We have all kinds of opportunities that you're going to learn about. I know you heard about some on Monday. You'll get more on Friday, and so I'm thrilled about that. I also want to make sure that you are talking to adults. There are many who are here today who can help you, who can answer questions. And I also want to make sure you know that after you graduate, if you still haven't figured out exactly what it is that you want to do, our Navigator Center at City Schools is here to provide continued support. So we are not dropping you at graduation. We want to make sure you not only cross the stage, which you'll be able to do in person this year, but we also want to make sure that you find that next step. So reach out if you need help. We are here to support you. And again, congratulations. We're so, so proud of you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Pfeiffer and Julia, for being here and for such a wonderful kickoff. It's great to be with you all on this lovely spring May Wednesday. So real quick, we are running a little bit late on time, so we might push BCCC maybe 1 or 2 minutes back. So I apologize for that. But I do want to make sure that we kick off everything and frame everything in a way that makes sense for everyone, because this is super exciting. Exciting for me. I'm the participant support coordinator with Grads to Careers. So it's exciting for me because this is a space where I get to see all of these great training providers in one place and presenting to all of you. So one of my favorite things about my role in the past several years is that I've been able to go around to high schools and present in classrooms about these training providers, and I'm often carrying that message. And instead of that, this is a really awesome kind of virtual space where you get to see the message from every single one of the trainer providers in the Grads to Careers community. So I think that is the big takeaway from today is that every training provider that's available through Grads to Careers is here with us today. And there's a lineup that Megan and I are going to be going over with you. So this is kind of the slate of what's going on today. You're going to hear from Megan and I about how the program works, just big picture. And then you're gonna have time to pick and choose at which programs you want to hear from. There's 10-minute slots. And then we're going to have a break for lunch. And after lunch, we're going to have a series of apprenticeships and other workforce training options that are outside of Grads to Careers. And then we're going to come back together for the closing and next steps at the end of the day. So it's almost like a big virtual conference that we've pulled together. And I think it's a really great opportunity just to see the training options that are out there after graduation. All right. So what is Grads to Careers? A few of you might be asking. I know there's a few people who I've been texting with this morning who have been asking for the Zoom link, who have already applied. So that's really awesome. I'm really glad to see that people got the message already. And it's great to see the applications coming in. But what we are is an opportunity to get free career training and support obtaining a job for those of you who are not planning to attend college in the semester following graduation. We're a collaboration between city schools and the Mayor's Office of Employment Development, which is the reason that I'm here today, as well as my wonderful colleague, Megan. We represent kind of both halves of those two systems, and Grads to Careers is really an effort to bridge your graduation experience into your experience in starting a career. So we're going to talk to you a little bit about that. The one takeaway for the students on the line that I do want you to have is if you have any questions or anything is confusing, please put my number in your phone and you can text me or call me at any time, okay? If you call me after hours, I'll get back to you in the morning, or on a weekend, I'll get back to you on Monday. But you're always willing to text and call, and that's the bulk of what I do every day is just kind of connecting with students around questions. So as I said, our goal is to establish a pathway for city schools graduates into well-paying, high-demand, and high-growth jobs. And our eligibility, our primary focus is really all of you. So it is you students who are graduating in June, although I know that classes are ending this week, or some of you have some kind of final things going on next week. I know there's been a lot of senior events and picnics and some outdoor kind of gatherings, and it's been really great to hear about all those experiences that are being able to happen this year. And so this slide, I just really want to take a second just to situate Grads to Careers and kind of the landscape of options that are available after you graduate. So you probably heard throughout this year a lot of things about the FAFSA and about college. You may have even heard from some people talking about job opportunities and service programs. But what I really want to stress here is that no step that you take after you graduate is a wrong step, that there are a lot of different ways that you can put together your career trajectory, and each one is a good one as long as you are paying attention and asking questions and relying on your support network. So part of the message today is just that these people who are all gathered today, we are your support network, and we really care about you and are looking forward to seeing you succeed. The best part of my role at city schools is that I feel like I get to talk to the future leaders of the city every single day, and I get to just learn about all these really wonderful young people's aspirations. So if you ever have a question or a desire to learn more, please reach out to me, and just know that our main goal is to be accessible. And another point just being that if you are confused about which step you're taking, feel free to use us as a backup plan or as a secondary option, or just to keep, bookmark the link to Grads to Careers for if you might need it in a couple years down the road. We are more than happy to have that as, to be your plan B, plan C, and then you can reach out to us if you ever need us. Case in point being, we've had some students who took some time off of college and did a training with us and then went back to college. And so any way you want to do grads to careers, we're fine with that. All right, I'm going to kick it over to Megan for this one.
Beautiful. Thanks, Greg. Good morning, everyone. As Greg has said, my name is Megan, and I am the project coordinator with Grads to Careers. I do sit at the Mayor's Office of Employment Development, and I won't get to speak with all of you as much as Greg does, but I am around if you need anything. My email is in this presentation, and I'll drop it in the chat box then. Grads to Careers is a network of free career training programs available for all of our graduates with a common application. These programs are run by a variety of workforce training partners all across Baltimore City. The first step to get into any of our programs is to fill out the common application at bemoreG2C.com, and you will see that link so many times throughout today's presentation. We'll drop it into the chat box. We are going to say it until we are blue in the face, but that is where you begin this process. The nice thing about Grads to Careers is we have trainings that just run the gambit. So we have trainings from healthcare to construction, information technology, automotive, and many other options. Basically, we try to tailor to fit your needs, to fit what you would like to do. And then upon completion of your training, each program provider pairs alumni with job coaches to help you navigate your employment search, to build resumes, to apply to jobs that interest you in the field of training. Our programs, like I said, we have 8 distinct career pathways with over 20 training options. So different locations, different styles of training, different duration of training. The career pathways that we have for you are broken down into healthcare, information technology, construction and related fields close to construction, automotive, hospitality, logistics and distribution, administrative, and childcare. So we have representatives from each of these programs today that will help inform you a little bit on what these overarching sectors can break down into and what those jobs can look like. And now, Greg, I bounce this one back to you.
Okay, so what I want to say real quick is just we have some slides on how this works, and we are going to have this PowerPoint going around after you finish this presentation. So the real reason we have this here, you don't have to digest it all now, but I will explain how G2C works to you once you connect with me. So the main thing I want you to take away from today is just that if you're interested in any of these really wonderful offerings our speakers are bringing, just reach out to me, apply to Grads to Careers, and our role is to help shepherd you through the rest of the process to get in. And so what we're going to be speaking about at the end of the presentations is I'm going to come back to this slide and talk about what happens once you get into your training and what the process looks like. The main point, though, is that these training providers allow you to earn a really great industry recognized credential that is really the ticket into higher paying career track jobs. So it's a credential that you can take with you and will be really, really marketable for a lot of different careers around the city. Okay, so I'm sliding through some slides real fast because we're running late on time. But for this last slide here, I just want to make sure that you have our website in front of you and that you know that the application takes only about 5 minutes. So it's real quick. And I would encourage all of you to follow us on Instagram as well. We have some really great content on there. And if you have questions, the website also has a lot of information that will help answer your questions. So I would encourage you to use the site as a tool and to go through the application now if you have time while you're listening. And again, just reach out to me if you have any questions. So Megan, I'm going to kick it back to you.
Beautiful. Thanks, Greg. So students, you will see this order also in the booklets that you received via email. So you can always refer back to that for today's order and kind of the linear way that we're going. We're kicking things off with healthcare. So we have BCCC, so Baltimore City Community College, starting us off. You will see that the providers will present their trainings in 10-minute increments. Then we move on to Bon Secours, CCBC, or the Community College of Baltimore County, LifeBridge Health, Healthcare Career Alliance. And then we kind of move into customer service and construction. So we have Civic Works with construction. We threw an intersection of change with customer service. Then we bounce back to construction with JOTF, Job Opportunities Task Force. And then we move on to KRA. Then we will head into Maryland New Directions, who will be presenting on hospitality, transportation, and logistics. NCIA, which has automotive, HVAC, and drone piloting. Then we will bump to Urban Alliance, who will talk to us about land surveying. And we will close out our, actually, we already bumped them up. So we will close out with Urban Alliance. At this point, I will kind of just let the providers take over and present what their opportunities are for you, what their trainings look like. As Greg previously mentioned, we are starting with Baltimore City Community College, and I believe that I did see Pat in the room. So I will kick it over to BCCC.
Thanks so much, Pat. Appreciate you being with us here today. And just while Pat is getting set up here, this is Greg again. I just want to say a note to all the students. If you have any questions, I'll be monitoring the chat. So you can put messages in the chat, and myself and Adenike will be responding to you throughout. So if you have any questions that come up as you're watching, please feel free to put them in the chat for us.
Yep, and you can also feel free to chat me. I've received some questions about different tracks, so keep them coming.
All right, can everyone see the screen? All right, great. So thank you. Baltimore City Community College is pleased to kick off the event. I wanted to just share quickly about the college. Of course, you know, we are the City Community College, and our focus is on changing lives and building communities. We have many programs and opportunities available. All of our programs are offered in a pathway model, which many of you would be familiar with, your career pathways around the industry sectors. I know today we're going to focus on health, but I also wanted to just take this time to make sure that if you're interested, to also look at the different programs that lead from workforce training into employment and certification, and then onto an associate degree as a part of a lifelong career pathway. So when we focus on the health professions at Baltimore City Community College, we have a few different program areas leading into a couple different associate degree programs. Today for Grads to Career, we're going to focus on our certified nursing assistant program. And so this program leads to a licensing certification with the Maryland Board of Nursing. And I have our lead nurse on the line, so she can answer some questions. I'm just going to do a high overview of the CNA training program at BCCC, and then allow for any questions or clarification from our nurse. Of course, the role of the nursing aide is direct patient service and patient care. You do receive at the end of training certification with the Maryland Board of Nursing. The training program takes about 11 or 12 weeks. There's predominantly classroom instruction that includes lab time, working skills, the nursing theory and clinical skills that prepares you to go into a clinical experience. This is in the healthcare setting for 40 hours, 1 week. Upon successful completion of all of that, you become a certified nursing assistant. In your classes, you'll focus on what we consider the theory and the practice of healthcare delivery, including basic anatomy and physiology, developmental processes, medical terminology, disease processes, and the clinical skills required for assisting patients. In addition, our program at this point is delivered virtually. So there are requirements of a CNA in terms of the work environment, but in terms of the immediate need for the training program, I wanted to be clear that we're starting at this point, the college is still virtual. So we will start our classes virtually and then move into hands-on in the lab, and then of course, hands-on in the clinical. I want to turn it over to Siobhan Robinson for her to jump on. I'm not sure if she can share screen. or just answer any questions that students may have right now.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Siobhan Robinson. I am the lead instructor here at Baltimore City Community College for the Workforce Healthcare Programs. And I'm just happy to be here, and I welcome any students that are interested in healthcare. Healthcare is the door that kind of leads you into, is the first step into, your careers and, opening the door to other careers. I started off myself as a CNA, and now I've been an RN now for almost 20 years. So, I've been able to, with this opportunity, take on opportunities from University of Maryland, Johns Hopkins. It really opens the door to a whole world of opportunities for you. Do you guys have any questions for me about our program?
All right, Megan, do I just turn it over to our next presenter?
No, that's okay. I will take over. I have a question. How long can students expect the duration of your program to last?
So the program is 136 hours. So theory is 96 hours. So that can be anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks. And then we do 1 week of clinical. So that is 40 hours.
Great, thank you. Greg, any other questions that you can think of that I might be forgetting?
And Megan, there's a question in the chat about the program being free or not. And of course it is, but I don't know if you all want to speak a little bit more to that.
Yep. I was getting ready to respond back. So all Grads to Careers trainings are free. So as we mentioned, that common application, you'll apply, you'll talk to Mr. Greg, and he will explain to you that no matter what training you pick, as long as it is through Grads to Careers, it is free of service for you all. So every presenter you hear today in regards to Grads to Careers, so every presenter up till the break is free.
Siobhan, can you talk to the students a little bit about how long it took you from starting to becoming an RN? So when you started as a CNA, like how long was that process?
Not long at all. Actually, I started as a CNA in my maybe second year of nursing school. And after I finished, the great thing about being a CNA is you get your first opportunity I was at Johns Hopkins Hospital working as a nursing student. And then after that, I just stayed on with my unit and became a nurse. So I was able to transition without a problem. So I would say that process took maybe about a year.
Okay, thank you for
to
that.
go through.
Yep, thank you.
No problem.
Beautiful, thank you. In the spirit of healthcare and CNA GNA, I did see that Ms. Kirsten Moore is with us here this morning. So I am going to bounce it over to Bon Secours Community Works to talk to us about their programming in healthcare.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Kirsten Moore. I'm the program manager for healthcare trainings at Bon Secours Community Works. Give me a second to share my screen. All right. Can everyone see this? I'm going to go to, how do I? Can everyone see this? Yeah.
Yep, we got you.
All right. So who are we? We are Bon Secours Community Works, and what we offer is a free CNA GNA training program. So about us, so Bon Secours is a nonprofit organization. We're located in West Baltimore at 26 North Fulton Avenue. However, all of our services right now are virtual. And what we do is we assist in providing holistic health to community and Baltimore City residents using a strength-based approach to promote self-sufficiency. And what that means is that we offer a number of services to our students that participate in our CNA GNA programs, because we feel like in order to provide health, that good health, that we need to touch every aspect of a person's lives in order to make sure that they are a well, healthy, whole person. So participating with us, you'll get a number of services outside of just the CNA GNA training. So just to share a few, we also have a family support service where if you have children, they can help you with, being a parent and help you with things that you need as a parent. We also have financial services, which is actually incorporated into your training, along with job readiness. We do taxes. It's a whole list of things that we do. Anything that you can think of, we pretty much have a resource for it. So what we offer exactly is free CNA GNA training. Training is about 6 to 8 weeks. However, I'll just be transparent. That number often changes because what we do is we get feedback from the students about their experience through the training. And sometimes we will make adjustments to the schedule based on that feedback. If the students come back to us and say that the training, it went too fast, then we'll take a step back and try to adjust it if need be. All your books and training material will be provided to you free of cost. You'll also get a free CPR certification. As I mentioned earlier, you'll participate in financial literacy education. That's probably my favorite. I actually went through their program, and really, I've been at Bon Secours for about 5 years now, and it took me almost 3 years to really sit down and do it. And I can just honestly say it really has changed my life. I now have a savings. So it really is something that works. You'll also participate in job readiness, and that is getting you ready for employment, anything that you need as far as resume, cover letter, mock interviewing. So you'll actually get a full experience with an employer to have an interview to see what your skills look like, and we'll be there to support you. Resume writing, job placement. At the end of your training, you will be assisted with getting a job. We have an employment service coordinator. Her name is Mercedita Smith. She does an excellent job of keeping her ear out to the industry to find out what the demand is, who's hiring, what type of jobs are they looking for, or what type of certifications are they looking for. And that's how we come up with these classes. You'll also receive free skill review classes. So we always want you to make sure that you are up to date on your skills. So you always have the opportunity to come back to us and practice with an instructor. You also will receive a free one-time attempt at the GNA exam. So this is a separate certification. So you're actually getting 2 certifications in one training. So the GNA, it creates actually more opportunities for employment. Also, the wage is larger for a GNA. And then you'll get lifetime access to resources. So whether you participate with us and you stop participating with us, regardless of what the case is, you will always be a part of the Bon Secours family and have access to our services. And what are the requirements? So you must be 18 at the time of enrollment. Reason being is because you are submitting an application to the Maryland Board of Nursing. If you have a criminal record, it is okay. However, it must be expungible. We do work with Maryland Volunteer Lawyer Services, so we will be able to quickly, and that's something that we do the first week of training, is that we will ask you about it. And if you need to, we will connect you with that service. You must be a Baltimore City resident. You also must take a CASA assessment. This is assessment so we can get an idea of where you are academically to see how you are going to be able to retain the information that we're teaching you. Lastly, you must be willing to, and this is my favorite thing, I say if you are these 3 things, then you are bound to be successful in our training. You must be open, you must be honest, and you must communicate. Meaning open to the services that we are offering you. Like I said, it's more than CNA GNA, but these services, if you put them to use, they are amazing. Honest, meaning being honest with yourself. Healthcare is an industry that you have to make a commitment to. So if you want to, you really have to ask yourself, is this something that I want to be doing? You are signing up for the business of saving lives. And lastly, communicate. When we say communicate, let us know what's going on with you, because we are here to support you and we're here to help you. I also play the role as the case manager. So if you do come on board, I also will be your best friend in this whole process. I'll be right there with you through the entire journey, and even a year after you complete. So you will be supported the entire way. So the upcoming trainings that are happening, we have one coming up in July, we have one in October, and we have one coming up in November. The spaces are limited and it is on a first come, first served basis. We do have a waiting list and the waiting list is rolling. So we capture the dates of when people come in. But you must successfully complete challenge week, which is what we call orientation. It is 1 week long, and that is just our time to see who you are and see how we can support you. If you are not selected for the current training cohort, you will go on the wait list and you will take priority for the next class. So how do you get involved? As Greg mentioned earlier, just connect with him and he will direct you to us through the database. So that is all. If anybody has any questions, let me know. I'm going to stop sharing.
Does anyone in the audience have any questions for Ms. Kirsten? Well, maybe as you brainstorm some of those, Kirsten, I want to thank you and kind of piggyback
Sure.
off you. You mentioned the legal services as the wraparound supports, and that is something that all providers offer with Grads to Careers. So all providers offer wraparound supports, but the legal services as well. So as Ms. Kirsten mentioned, the expungement and access to Maryland legal aid as well as Maryland volunteer legal services is something that all of G2C participants have access to. So please do not feel like you cannot apply to these trainings given anything that may be from your past or anything that you might view as an obstacle for you or a challenge for you, because we are here to support you through that. It does look like we have a few questions in the chat for you, Kirsten. One see is Adenike did ask, which is a good question. What is the typical starting salary? And then also Anijah, I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly, said how long is the training, which I know you touched on, but if we could just re-emphasize that, please.
Sure. So the first part of the question was, what was the typical salary, right? Yep. Okay, so the typical starting salary. So as I mentioned earlier, we encourage all of our students to go for the GNA. However, if they just stick with the CNA, they're looking at roughly around between $13 and $15 per hour, depending on what type of facility they're working in. And we work with all different types of facilities. So that is your home health, that is your nursing homes, that is your long-term care facilities, that is your hospitals. So the wage will range. However, if you get that GNA piece, it will increase the wage a bit. And also if you have experience, of course, that will also play a factor in the wage. But you're looking roughly to around between $13 and $15 per hour. Was there another question after that?
How long is the training? And I believe you said 6 to 8 weeks, but that
yes. Yes, that's correct. 6 to 8 weeks. However, that can change if we get feedback that, it wasn't, a good experience going at that pace, we will make adjustments.
Beautiful. And then I know that we've been talking and we've been saying CNA, GNA. Kirsten, do you mind just briefly explaining what GNA is for students?
Sure. So GNA is your geriatric nursing assistant certification. So that is working with your elderly. And that is why I mentioned that you have more opportunities as far as jobs with your GNA, because you have your long-term care facilities, your nursing homes, and most of those patients are in their elderly stages. So that's what the GNA is. Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And I do see a lot of people are asking for contact info to reach out to Core. Just to reiterate, reach out to Mr. Greg, please. Again, contact information in the chat, and he will direct you to Bon Secours and get you started.
Yep.
Beautiful. Well, if there are any other questions for Bon Secours, please feel free to go ahead and put them in the chat. But at this point in time, we're going to kick it over to CCBC, or the Community College of Baltimore County. And I think with us today, we have Ms. Joy.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, we have a team of folks here from CCBC, and we are going to discuss a variety of opportunities that you can experience with the Community College of Baltimore County. If I can go ahead and just Okay, there we go. Was having some technical difficulties this morning. Welcome everyone. CCBC is career pathway training. We have lots of program areas that we are going to discuss in a very short period of time, but we will be monitoring the chat and answering any questions that you might have. So just in general, we have credit and non-credit programs that lead to a degree, credit certificate based programming, and non-credit workforce training certifications. Just to give some basic details, we have 6 campuses throughout Baltimore County, pretty much that flank the city. So wherever you might live, whether it be on the east side, the west side, there is a campus near you. We have a lot of options in terms of flexibility for training, day, evening, weekend, in-person and online classes. There are over 70 training options across 8 high growth industries that are within the Baltimore metropolitan. We have a lot of student resource support, student services, and we also have a shuttle that could transport students between East Side campuses and West Side campuses. We're going to start off really quickly with my colleague, Dennis Cardiff, who's going to talk to you about general continuing education program areas.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. As you know, the Grads to Careers programs that CCBC is offering will be touched upon by my colleague Joy after I get finished speaking. But we wanted to give you a broader view of some of the training options available at Community College of Baltimore County. We have 70 training areas available, 13 of which are in the business sector, 15 trainings in the building and trade industry, 13 training programs in the computer technology field, 22 healthcare and human service training programs, 8 in hospitality, 9 in the transportation area, and we even have 8 specialized programs that are designed specifically for students with disabilities. I can't cover all 70 training programs today, of course, but we wanted to give you a snapshot of just a few to give you an idea of what short-term job training and employment opportunities look like at CCBC. For example, dental assisting. Our dental assisting program is only 5 months long. If you're interested in industry such as welding, you can take a training that is either 5 months or 8 months long, depending on the track that you choose. You can be trained certified maintenance technician in just 2 months. You can be a medical assistant, and this is one of our longer programs, within 12 months, within a year. Commercial vehicle operator, 10 to 20 weeks of training. CNC machine tool operator and pharmacy technician training, just to mention a few others. How do you pay for this job training? Well, you know that everything that is through Grads to Careers is covered with tuition free and all of your needs, which is an excellent opportunity for all of you. But I also want you to know that we have a lot of funding available at CCBC at this point in time to basically, you can enter any one of our training programs tuition free. On this slide, you can see a list of a number of the funding opportunities that we have, even a comfortable payment plan. But the important thing to remember is that our financial aid staff will help you navigate any funding opportunities that are available and that you would qualify for. But the final line, the bottom line is that right now is the opportunity to go to school because there's an awful lot of financial aid to support you.
Thanks, Dennis. I'm going to jump right into Grads to Careers. I am your Grads to Careers buddy here at CCBC. As many of you know, this is a targeted opportunity for Baltimore City young adults. We are looking to provide career pathways for our youth, invest in our local workforce, make sure our businesses are supported with the wonderful talent that comes out of Baltimore City high schools, or those who earn a GED. Essentially, in terms of eligibility, most of you guys who are on this call, you got it, 18 to 21, you live in the city, you went to a Baltimore City public school. Once you kind of connect with CCBC, we have an intake process that we will guide you through that includes an information session. We do preliminary assessments similar to Bon Secours, the CASAs, and a one-on-one interview. Once you are kind of engaged with us, we discuss the various pathways that are available, specifically undergrads to careers. What my colleague Dennis was talking about was just holistically CCBC and the opportunities that exist under that umbrella. But specifically for grads to careers, we have some targeted training areas. We have a dual certification of medical front office and phlebotomy. It's about 8 months. We have a dual certification of CNA, GNA, and patient care tech, also about 8 months, and a farm tech program. So all of our programs are accredited. You receive national certifications. You can take everything aside of the CNA because it's a state licensure, but you can take everything to wherever you might migrate to after you finish training with us. So if you decide to move to Virginia or California, you can still be a medical front office professional, phlebotomist, pharmacy technician, patient care technician. All of the grads to careers training are flanked with support classes. We make sure that individuals have the soft skills of computer and financial literacy. We make sure that you have the support of academic success to make sure that you are understanding, all of the complex information in your program area, as well as a job readiness class that kind of prepares you for how you're going to present yourself once you complete our training. In addition to those actual classes, let me mention that those classes do not extend the training program. In terms of it being 5 months or 8 months, the support classes are embedded into the schedule. So it doesn't feel like you're in classes any longer than you would normally be in class. In addition to the classes and coursework, all participants benefit from support services like mental health and wellness that we collaborate with the Grads to Careers team, legal services, but internally at CCBC, we do have a student navigation division as well as disability services. Student navigation will help you with things like, if you are looking for resources for housing, or you're, kind of down on your luck and you need, a couple bucks. Disability services are for accommodations. Maybe you need some extra time on an exam. We understand and we have the support systems in place to help you out. We have to date with Grads to Careers hosted health and wellness fairs to bring resources onto our campus to give a space of comfort for all parties who are participating in our class to just be free and figure out what resources are actually available to you in the city around you that maybe you wouldn't otherwise understand. We have transportation services or assistance. So we do provide bus tokens so that you can get to our campus, and then you can use the shuttle when you get there. So if you are looking for legal services, we include that in our programming as well. And from CCBC there have been several individuals who have participated in youth ambassador panels that have been a part of the Grads to Careers program. And it's pretty dope, to be the person who is the subject matter expert for other individuals who might be joining the Grads to Careers program. That's all I got for Grads to Careers, and I'm going to jump into my colleague Ryan Washington to talk about automotive.
Thanks, Joy. In the last couple minutes here, we'll play a 15-second clip. Go ahead. So this is our shop. This is on our website. We took this a few years back. Some of our students, that everything we do, the vast majority is hands-on. Those are our manufacturer programs for GM, Nissan, and then I teach in what we call, you can go to the next slide. I teach in what we call the global program. So maybe if you're interested in another brand like Subaru or Honda or Volkswagen, BMW, that's kind of what we cover. The cool thing about what we do is we offer a degree and a certificate. We'll show on the next page there. We've been doing this for, I think we're in our 35th year of our cohorts. We're fully accredited. All the instructors are fully trained, certified, as well as accredited since then as well. Next slide, please. So taking a look at some of our certificate options, those certificates can take anywhere between 6 months to 2.5, 3 years, depending on when you can come to college. And whether we have classes during the weekdays, we have classes at night and on the weekends, as one of my colleagues mentioned earlier. Of course, we encourage everybody to go after that degree program. So I'm also a past graduate of the program coming back to teach. So I like to encourage everybody to pursue that degree. And the cool thing about what we do is you're going to your English classes, you're going to your psych, your environmental science classes, you're doing that together. You're doing it with a cohort, as we call you. And because we're gearheads, right? We all have the kind of the like-minded interest, and we're all doing automotive. So we do these things together. And the way we operate is 8 weeks at school, and then we send you out to work for 8 weeks. And we do help you get a job at a shop, whether it's an independent, a fleet, or most of the times it's a dealership where you're at actually turning wrenches, you're fixing cars, you're working with a mentor technician that's going to help you get certified and move your way up through the ladder there. So it's a college program where you can go to school, go to work, make some money, apply what you're learning 8 weeks after you learned it. And I know we're short on time, but it's there's our contact information. Shoot us an email. I believe those are mostly office numbers. Phone call if for any other information question. We invite anybody to come down here. And real quick little plug, if anybody saw us, they're watching maybe channel local news last week, we had the new Secretary of Education come down and spend some time at CCBC. So that was kind of a cool thing, and specifically in automotive. So that was a really nice little positive thing there. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, everybody. This is our contact information. Take a picture, but we will definitely put additional information in the chat as necessary.
CCBC, and for students here in the room, don't forget you can always also reach out to Greg, and Greg can connect you to the healthcare tracks that are funded through Grads to Careers. Are there any questions for CCBC here in the audience? Okay, well, I will move us right along to kind of make up some time. If you do think of anything that you'd like to ask CCBC, please go ahead and post it in the chat, and we will get to you an answer as soon as we are able. Next up, we have LifeBridge Health, who partners with Healthcare Careers Alliance. I do believe I saw Mr. Charles in the room. Charles, are you? Yes, I see you right there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Beautiful. I will pass the mic and the floor over to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Milburn. I'm the program service coordinator for the Healthcare Careers Alliance program with VSP. I have a couple of team members who's also on the line representing one of our other programs. If you guys want to quickly say hello.
Hi, Monica and Joku.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Angela Jones.
So I'm going to talk about VSP, and then I'm going to pass it over and have our other staff members talk about our other programs that's available through VSP. VSP is a partner in LifeBridge Health. We have been providing vocational services to the Baltimore metropolitan area for over 50 years. We have a number of different vocational services programs, and my program is the Healthcare Careers Alliance program. I'm going to share with you our, if I can get it up, yeah, our program model. So Healthcare Careers Alliance is a funded program between LifeBridge Health, VSP, and Civic Works. Civic Works is our partner. They primarily do provide all the recruitment for our participants. It is funded through the Mayor's Office of Employment Development. And the program goal is for each participant to be hired in a training-related entry-level position or to enroll in higher education upon successful completion. Healthcare Careers Alliance provided to Baltimore County out-of-school youth between the ages of 18 and 21. And it consists of job readiness training, occupational skills, job placement, and retention. So let's talk about the program requirements first. All of our program youth have to be Baltimore City residents. They have to be ages 18 to 24 years of age. You have to have a high school diploma or GED. Sinai Hospital has become a little bit more liberal with their educational requirements, And so we no longer require a GED or high school diploma. But we do require as a program that all our participants TABE at least 9th grade in reading and math. You must be able to provide us with a birth certificate, social security card, and a valid state issued driver's license or Maryland state ID. Most importantly, you have to be able to pass a drug test and alcohol screening and background check. LifeBridge Health has also been a little bit more liberal with regarding to background checks. If you have any type of possession or probation before judgment, we have been liberal in the past in hiring our participants. We prefer young people with a strong interest in healthcare. So, if you have an interest in healthcare, we encourage you to try to, to apply for our program. Participants are placed in a LifeBridge Health department for 8 weeks of occupational skills training and job readiness training. Occupational skills, let's talk about occupational skills. Once an individual enrolls in a program, they complete what we call an assessment. An academic assessment. We are using CareerScope at this time for our academic assessment, and not only assess your career interests, but it assesses your aptitude. We look at your career assessment, and then we look at your TABE scores, and we kind of determine which would be the appropriate training site for you. We have a number of different training sites here, and we continue to develop new training sites. Currently, we have patient transport. We have dietary, we have environmental services, we have some clerical positions in the ED, and we also have material management specialists internships available at this time. Participants will do an 8-week internship. Those internships are 20 hours a week. We will provide a stipend during that time. Our stipends are generally $40 a day for 4 hours a day. Once the individuals complete the internships, we begin job development and placement activities with those persons. And during the training, we will provide soft skills training in areas of how to project a professional image in the workplace, customer service, basic life skills training, goal setting, and job search skills building. Let's say you do well on your internship and the department manager come to us and say, hey, I want to offer this person a position in my department. Once you're hired at LifeBridge Health, we will provide 12-week retention services. And we will basically focus on trying to put you on your career path. Our job is to use your career assessments and your career ladders, and then focus on trying to assist you in seeking higher education, some type of certification program. In the community, we try to partner with some community college in the community to get people started. With regard to our workforce development, at this time, we do have in-house programs that we're developing. We are actually starting a central sterile program for employees. So we are really focusing on workforce development once an individual is hired by LifeBridge Health. Do I have any questions at this time about Healthcare Careers Alliance?
I don't see any in the chat, but you just got a shout out from somebody who went through VSP. So just wanted to highlight that for you. Who said they had a great experience with VSP.
We had a number of grads to careers this year. And so far, out of the 6 people that were referred to us, we have 3 people that are actively working, and we're working on placing the other 3.
That's wonderful news. Thank you.
So yeah, it's encouraging. So at this time, I want to pass it over to Monica, and she's going to talk about the PATH program.
Hi, Greg, I'm looking at the time, and LifeBridge Health was actually given 2 slots. We were given a 10:40 and an 11:40. Do you need us to wait to until 11:40 to do my portion of the presentation, which is for a different program, or are we good?
Hi, Monica. We actually just consolidated it into this time block.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
Okay, so
thank
I'll
you.
proceed. Okay,
Thanks,
all right. Want to make
Sorry, I
sure.
was pulling up the schedule. Thanks.
Okay, all right. So my name is Monica Njoku, and I'm the coordinator of the Pathways and Training in Healthcare program. And joining me this morning is Miss Angela Jones, who is the vocational specialist with the Pathways and Training in Healthcare program. Our program is very similar to the Health Careers Alliance program. I am going to try to share, oh, well, actually I can't. So we actually sent some materials ahead of time, ahead of the presentation, which included a brochure about the Pathways and Training in Healthcare program. That's what I'm going to be going over with. We also sent a copy of our application in advance.
Monica,
So,
I don't mean to interrupt you. You should be able to share now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One moment. Okay, all right. So can everyone see that? It says Pathways and Training in Healthcare. Okay, all right, so this is our brochure. This is what we use to share with students and organizations. It tells you all about the PATH program. PATH is actually a brand new vocational training program through VSP and LifeBridge Health. We have actually only been in existence for about 2 months. So you all who are on this Zoom meeting are some of the first to hear about it. But again, it is very similar to Health Careers Alliance. It is a comprehensive workforce development service offered primarily to individuals who reside within the West Baltimore community. However, others who live in other zip codes in Baltimore City can also be considered for the program at this time. Eventually, as time goes on, we will end up narrowing the scope specifically to West Baltimore residents only. And by that, we mean 21216, 21217, 21223, and 21229. The end goal of our vocational training program is to assist individuals in preparing for and obtaining paid employment as a result of the vocational services that they participate in with us. So the program begins very similar to how Health Careers Alliance begins. Initially, once we receive a referral, we contact the individual to complete what we call an initial interview or an intake appointment to learn more about you as the applicant, and also that we can share more of the specifics about our program. If that goes well, then you will be invited in to come in and participate in a career assessment. The career assessment will include some academic testing. We are primarily looking at reading scores. We're also looking at your career interest, your aptitudes, some of your temperaments, so that we can make a good match for you regarding your career goals as far as your longer term goals and also your shorter term goals and going through our training program. Based on your reading comprehension grade levels that we test, some individuals might be eligible to participate in some educational courses prior to doing the internship. We have a relationship with Penn Foster, whom some of you may have heard of. When I first heard about Penn Foster, I thought it was strictly just for online GED or high school diploma completion. But Penn Foster actually has some specific career training courses geared towards preparing for entry-level positions within healthcare facilities. And so we have entered into an agreement. Some individuals who have at least an 8th grade reading level may be considered for training either in dietary aid, patient service representative, patient transporter, hospital companion, or hospital greeter coursework through Penn Foster. All of those are online courses. Also, everyone will have the opportunity to engage in the internship if they meet our criteria. Our internship is also an 8-week paid internship within one of the LifeBridge Health medical facilities. And those facilities are Sinai Hospital, Northwest Hospital, and we are in the process of developing training sites within the old Bon Secours Hospital, which is now known as Grace Medical Center. So we are working hard to establish training sites within that healthcare facility. Now, while these internships are going on, individuals will also be participating in what we consider job readiness preparation courses with Ms. Jones and myself, and that is to prepare them for what is to come after completion of the internship. So preparing for being able to independently complete your job applications, developing a resume, practicing and strengthening your interviewing skills, working on conflict resolution, issues that may arise on the job site and how to successfully handle those issues and still maintain your job. Once we've completed the internship, the courses, then you will enter into job placement services with Ms. Jones, myself, to seek paid employment in the community. So our program, though it does prepare you for entry-level positions in healthcare facilities, and it's wonderful if they end up being offered employment within one of our healthcare facilities, that may not always happen. And if that's the case, then we are, again, working with them to secure paid employment with another employer in the community. Our training program, when we initially developed our training program, we were asked, well, how is our training program, let's just say, for example, different from what Bon Secours Community Works is doing. So our training program is not providing you training to provide hands-on medical services, healthcare services. So we're not training for CNA, GNA, phlebotomists. We are providing for those support positions within healthcare facilities. It takes a lot of different types of personnel working in healthcare facilities to make that operate. And so we're focusing on the other types of entry-level positions, which are not direct patient related. With regards to eligibility, we've already said you must be a Baltimore City resident. Primarily, we're working with those in the West Baltimore area, but we are also taking applications and working with those living in other communities in Baltimore City. You must be at least 18 years of age or older. We do not have an age limit for this program. It is preferred that you already have your GED or high school diploma, but that is not a requirement to enter into our training program. You must have the proper IDs, as Mr. Milburn stated, for his program, because we have to verify that you are eligible to work in the United States. So we will request your social security card, either your government issued picture ID, birth certificate. We will need to see those things. You will also need to be able to pass a drug screen. That is not optional, that is a requirement even for those of us who are permanent staff here within the hospital system, and you must be willing to submit to a background check. Just because you have something on the background does not necessarily mean that you will be excluded, but we do have to know what's on it so that we can determine if participating in our program within a healthcare facility is a viable option. We do have to be mindful that we are going to be working around vulnerable individuals and making sure that that is not an issue. That also helps us for when we get to the end and we're working on job placement. At the bottom of this brochure, you will see my name, Monica Njoku, and my phone number. I have a couple different numbers. That's my mobile number listed, along with my email address to my office. Ms. Jones is going to enter into the chat her direct contact information if you'd like to reach out to her also. And I just want to also share with you what the application to the program looks like. It is a very simple application. It just asks some of the basic information. It's just one page. We want to know more about, why you're interested in our program, what makes you feel that you are a good candidate for our program, what are your strengths, what are some challenges you might have, do you have a career goal? If so, we'd like to know that. If you participate in any other training or job preparation programs, again, if you do have a criminal background, we do ask you to go ahead and indicate that information. We're still going to talk with you about that. We also, brand new, we now have a live link where individuals can apply directly to our program from that link. I will enter that information into the chat as well if anyone wants to use that information to apply to our program. Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Jones or myself regarding pathways and training in healthcare? Okay, I don't think there are. Okay, well, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, LifeBridge Health. With that being said, we have wrapped up with all of our Grads to Careers healthcare providers. Are there any final questions for healthcare providers in the audience before we move on to our next sector? Okay, if you think of anything, go ahead and place it in the chat, and Mr. Gregg will be able to respond and hopefully answer any questions you may have coming up. So with that, I'm going to move us right along as we are a little bit behind on time and pass it along to, I saw Dwayne is in the room with CivicWorks.
Thank you, Megan. Good morning, everyone. I'll share my screen. My name is Dwayne Roberts. I am the Career Development Coordinator for CivicWorks Youth Build, and I'm going to give you a brief overview of our program with emphasis on brief. Okay, so CivicWorks Youth Build, who are we? What do we do? We are a nonprofit organization that provides construction training, certifications, and job placement services to Baltimore City youth. Our training program is a 450-hour training. So on average, participants usually take 3 to 6 months to complete the program, but you can complete as soon as you're done with your task and every responsibility is fulfilled. You also receive a bi-weekly living stipend while in the program. So that means you will receive a paycheck every 2 weeks during your training. And you're also awarded an education grant upon completion. So when you graduate, you will receive an education grant that can be used for college or a trade school of your choice. Just to give you an overview of what it looks like when you come into our program, all of our participants participate in our mental toughness workshops. What these workshops are opportunities for you to get a sample of the work, work directly with our construction supervisor, and really figure out if you would like to continue pursuing a career in the construction industry. If not, it's not a problem. We don't put you out. What we do is we get you connected with Grads to Careers or one of our partner organizations based on your interest. We also do a lot of goal setting when you come into the program with our intake team. Every participant is automatically enrolled into our mentorship program. And you also sit with our intake team to set a 5-year career plan. Just to give you a little information about our mentor program, currently the way it's set up, we actually have some experienced entrepreneurs and business professionals who are trained within our program to be mentors and work with our young people. So we do meet and greets where all of our participants have the opportunity to meet with our available mentors, and you actually get to select a mentor that you feel like will be great with guiding you in reaching your goals and your vision of success. So we're really big on mentorship because we have seen a lot of success with mentors working with our participants. In addition to the construction training that we do, you will be participating in CSET, which is Customer Service Excellence Training. And this is basically a job readiness class. We are really big on customer service training because the skills that you build within this training will allow you to be successful in the workplace in any industry. We also participate in financial literacy workshops where we focus on budgeting, saving, and investing. We offer GED test preparation for those who need it. We participate in community engagement events, which can include working in the community, renovating and rehabilitating homes and parks in the community, as well as assisting elderly people in our community. We participate in Speak Truth to Power motivational sessions where we have in-depth conversations about things that are going on in our community as well as the world. And we have the opportunity to come up with solutions. And you also will be working on your HBI pre-apprenticeship certification, which is the certificate that you will receive upon completion of your construction training. Graduates of our program will receive follow-up services for up to a year. And within those services, you receive job placement services, college enrollment assistance, social service assistance, which can include housing, transportation, business attire, and other things. And we also connect our participants to internships and apprenticeships when they complete the program. Just to touch on the mentors again. So your mentor will work with you through training, as well as when you complete your training, and that can go past a year, but they will be there to guide you in training and when you graduate as well. So that's pretty much all I have. But in closing, I just want to say, if you're interested in construction, you don't have a problem with working in extreme conditions, whether that may be the heat or cold weather, and you are okay with climbing ladders, you don't have a fear of heights, this program may be a great choice for you. So my contact information, as well as our program managers, is here, and at the bottom is our office number. So if you're interested, have any questions when we get off of the Zoom call, so come up with something, please feel free to reach out. We're definitely more than happy to speak with you, assist and help. But if anyone has any questions at this time, I'm more than happy to answer those questions.
Thank you, Dwayne. Does anyone have any questions for Dwayne? Dwayne, it does look like in the chat we have, what is the typical starting salary?
Okay, so what I have done in the past is quote a number, but I won't do that simply because I can, it changes through AmeriCorps. So I will say that right now the AmeriCorps hourly wage is $10 an hour. But it's all based on your enrollment slot. So what I'll say is, just so you know, I don't give out any information that may change when you enroll. When you come into the program, before we enroll you, that information will be confirmed, and you will have an idea of exactly what you will be receiving before we enroll you.
And what about job placement in the field? So I believe you're speaking on the stipend, right, Dwayne?
Right, yes.
Okay, so what about once they've completed training and they are maybe finding a career in the field of construction? What would the starting salary be like then?
Yes, so with our partners, the starting salary is $18 an hour, and we have a strong partnership with 412 Roofing, and that's who I'm quoting right now.
Beautiful. So the $10 an hour, just to be clear for students, is the stipend, the living stipend that they're earning while doing training. So kind of a pay on top of training. And the $18 an hour is just a starting salary for one of your partners.
Correct.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. If there are any other questions for Dwayne, please do not hesitate to drop them in the box and we will get them answered. By the box, I mean the chat. Thank you, Dwayne, so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me.
Next up, we do have Humanum. Is anyone from Humanum here in the audience?
Yes.
Is beautiful. Good morning, Robin. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. I think my coworker, Charles Hicklin, is here also.
Yeah, I'm staring at him right now. Yeah, so I will pass the floor over to the both of you. Oh, yeah, raise his hand.
Hey, Charles.
I will pass this off to the two of you.
Thank you. All right, good morning. This has been I'm very impressed, let me say this. And so I do hope that the students will really take advantage of some of these opportunities. My name is Robin Pettiford. I'm with Humanum. I'm the Senior Employment Consultant, Workforce Development, and I am also one of the trainers in our Administrative Assistant Training. That's the training I'm going to be speaking on right now. It is a 9-week training, and we are looking for individuals who have a high school diploma or a GED, and you must be able to TABE at 10th grade reading, 8th grade math, and you have to pass a drug screen also. I think I did say that. 9-week training. It's an awesome training. You will receive 2 nationally recognized certifications. One is the PACE, which is the Professional Administrative Certificate of Excellence, as well as your Microsoft Office Specialist. And you will spend 2 weeks at CCBC training for that. Some of our partners in this training, because at the end, of course, everyone is looking for a job. So some of our partners are Johns Hopkins Health System, Towson University, and let me say, this training is award-winning, okay? We've been doing it since 2016, so I just want to put that out there. Towson University, Morgan, University of Maryland, Baltimore, University of Maryland faculty positions. Coppin is one of our most recent partners, as well as University of Maryland, Baltimore County. Although we say administrative assistant, that doesn't always mean, because some people are like, well, I don't know if I can support a person. You will be working with various people or in various departments, let me say that. So you could be a unit secretary, you could be an office assistant, a patient registrar. So it doesn't always mean that you would directly be supporting someone, because everybody is not always ready for that front interfacing responsibility. We also work with you on your soft skills, which are your customer service, your communication, and your teamwork. I don't want to take up all of Humanum's time, but what I'm going to do is drop my information into the chat. If you have any information, if you are considering, if you don't know what to do, if you're thinking, you know what, that sounds like something that I would like to do, I would definitely reach out to Humanum and consider our administrative assistant training. The next cohort will begin in the fall. And lastly, as far as pay, typically when individuals are placed into their jobs, they're placed into roles that are anywhere between $12 and $15 an hour. You guys are very tech savvy. Okay, so it really wouldn't be hard for you to learn Microsoft Office Specialist. So I think this might be the training for you. Thank you. Way to go, Charles.
All right, thank you, Robin. So my name is Charles Hicklin. I'm the talent manager at Humanum for our Developmental Disabilities Division. And I'm actually going to be presenting a different opportunity that is also offered through Humanum. And so the opportunity I'm offering is a DSP apprenticeship, which is direct support professional apprenticeship. And so what is a direct support professional? In our field, we're providing human services to individuals. Specifically, the population that we're serving is intellectual and developmental disability individuals. And so within this program, the goal is really to help all of the participants to have a little bit more independence and also to be greater engagers in their own communities, right? And in their own lives. And so as a DSP or a direct support professional, some of the things that you could be doing include helping with daily living skills, which could be grooming, helping someone to prepare a meal, could be toileting as well. We also teach adaptive skills. And so when I say adaptive, that just means appropriate for the setting that they're in. And we also help to manage non-adaptive behaviors in a therapeutic way so that individuals, again, feel safe, trust us, and are willing to cooperate with the things that we're asking them to do. Within this training, there are going to be different settings that our students can actually have some opportunities in. And these settings include the day program, which is where some of our individuals actually come during work hours in order to, again, engage in skill building and leisure activities, and also just to kind of just have a little bit of fun sometimes, right? We also have residential settings. Again, these are where our individuals live. We provide vocational assistance as well, so helping individuals to build job skills, to find jobs, to prepare for those jobs, interview readiness skills, and then also providing supports through the job experience as well to make sure that they and the employers are getting the best out of that situation. We have settings, another setting or area that's called personal supports, where we have staff members who assist in both the community, but also in the home. And it really just depends on that individual's personal needs. If they need to go grocery shopping, you might be helping them with grocery shopping. If they need help keeping their area tidy or organizing things, that might be what you're doing on that day. And then the last area is advocacy. And so it's really important for the population that we serve that they have a voice to express their needs, their concerns. And so advocacy is a big part of that process. They really make sure that information gets transferred in between all appropriate parties, everyone that's a part of the team, and really make sure that we have up-to-date paperwork as an organization, but also if we have information to send out to other team members, they are also responsible for that portion as well. So as an apprentice, all right, this is a competency-based program. And so what that really means is there are, when I say competency, those are just skill groups, right? So it could be communication, could be safety. And again, all of the things that fall within those groups builds up a competency. And so this is a competency-based program where we are going to be looking for you to demonstrate these skills throughout the program. And as you demonstrate these skills successfully, you will be given credit for those things. In this program, there is a 450-hour minimum that you have to meet as a student, which kind of breaks down to about 22 weeks. But again, we are going to actually span the entire school year. And I'm going to kind of talk about some of the perks to that as well. And so within those 450 hours of on-the-job training, this is going to include shadowing, which is working with a direct support professional who is already established in the field and has the skills that we're looking for. And shadowing is kind of, I don't know, I consider it kind of a misnomer because I really don't want you standing behind the person and just following everything that they do. I want you to also be hands-on and engaging with the individuals that we provide services to. Also within that 450 hours, there is 50 hours of online training that you'll be getting. And that'll be through the National Alliance of Direct Support Professionals, which is a certification that you will receive at the end of the program after successfully completing it. In addition to those 50 hours, there'll also be some live competency discussions and trainings that you guys will be participating in, as well as professionalism conversations that can include things that will be applicable to any job experience, including emotional intelligence, right? Talking about perspectives, talking about what does it mean to have good work ethic, and all of the other things, again, that will help to make you successful in the workplace. Other trainings that will also be involved that you guys will get as a part of this program is CPR, first aid, our behavior management curriculum, which is MAT. We also do dysphagia, TBI training, and dysphagia is individuals who have a swallowing disorder, and TBI, traumatic brain injury. So you're going to be learning about a lot of different things within this field. And again, throughout the process, you're going to be demonstrating and capturing these experiences and what you're learning, both through action, but also we're going to be having you for the NADSP certificate. You're going to be capturing it in narrative form. This could either be in written form, but they also have the option of actually recording your voice and just talking about it, which is kind of a fun feature I really like. And so as a apprentice, you're going to be learning about developmental disabilities, right? And disabilities in general, because some of our individuals have multiple diagnoses that don't just encompass a developmental disability. You're going to be learning about best practices, how to engage and encourage adaptive behavior change within the population. You're going to be learning, again, those universal professional skills that will carry you through any type of environment. And I think one of the biggest things that you're going to learn is that people are people, right? Sometimes we have assumptions about disabilities, about people who are different than us. And so really just learning about people as a whole and how we can help people to be and reach their best potential. And so in order to actually apply for this program, you have to be a rising senior, or I would say a current junior who will be a senior next school year. You have to have availability in your schedule to actually work during the day, because our office hours are 8 to 4. A lot of the work that you're going to be doing with the individuals is going to be happening during that time frame. And so you do have to have some availability within your school schedule to we typically work in the afternoon, the last 4 hours of the afternoon. So from 12 to 4, have that available in your schedule. Also, you'll need some reliable and consistent transportation to get to and from locations. Right now, we're doing a lot of our work virtual. However, by the end of this summer, we are looking to, and a lot of the programs that we work with are looking to start to partially open up with in-person services as well. So there will be that opportunity to do that in the upcoming school year. And then, as many of the other employers have talked about, an employee screening. So you're going to have to be able to pass employee screening. That's going to include that background check and a drug screening as well, in order to become an employee of the organization. And so with this apprenticeship, it is a paid apprenticeship. And so you will be getting paid minimum wage as you are actually completing this process. And so I said this earlier, there will be certifications at the end of the process. One will be the National Alliance of Direct Support Professionals, which is again, nationally recognized certificate, but you're also going to get a certificate from the Maryland Department of Labor. This is a Maryland Department of Labor apprenticeship program. And so they will provide you, upon successful completion, a certificate stating that you have gone through one of their programs and possess the skills needed to work in that field. In addition to that, some of the benefits, we have a lot of partners within the field. And so although you may not, let's say you go into college and you want to continue to work in this field, but you're going to be in a different area, we might be able to connect you with someone so that you can continue to work in the field and or help you with just building connections postgraduate or whatever it is that you're looking for as far as work opportunities. I'm going to throw into the chat some information in order to kick off the process. If you are interested, there's an interest form. And so I'm going to add the link to the interest form. I'm also going to have the website specifically for the apprenticeship. And at the bottom of that website, you can also find the interest form and also a contact email so that you can reach out if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you, Charles. And again, Humanum through Grads to Careers is offering the PACE administrative certification, which is what Ms. Robin talked about before Charles jumped in and filled us in on his apprenticeship. So again, as Greg said, for all G2C certifications and programs, please click on the link that Greg posted into the chat. If there are any questions for Humanum, please go ahead and post them in the chat and we will get to them. If anyone has anything right now, please feel free to come off of mute and go ahead and ask.
So Meg, I just wanted to come off of mute really quickly, just because I know we had a number of students who were interested in working in a business environment. And so Ms. Robin, I wondered if you could talk about some of the placements for the administrative assistant role.
Sure. Well, some of our placements have been at University of Maryland Medical Center. A lot of students have gone to work either as a registrar or as an office assistant. The hours do vary because remember, it is a hospital. So it could be 7 to 3, 7A to 7P. If you're interested in working nights, it could be 11 to 7. And I think another good thing is it's a good way to career path. So, you know, if you start in that entry level opportunity, you set your goal on what you want to do next. And it's an opportunity for you to maybe even go to college and, you know, maybe take some college courses as well. And we have case managers. So we offer those wraparound services to make sure that you are doing well, that you aren't having issues getting to work, that you're getting there timely. We've also had individuals who've gone on to work at Johns Hopkins Health System as patient registrars. A lot of times people will hear administrative assistant and think they're actually being someone's administrative assistant. No, we're providing you with the tools so that you can work in an administrative or a clerical capacity. I hope that helps.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What if we're in the middle of training and we change our mind and we don't want to do the program anymore?
Well, it depends on how far you get in the training. And what happens is we're recruiting individuals probably like 2 to 3 months prior to the training. Then there is a final interview process because we take 15 individuals. well, pre-COVID. So now we take anywhere from like 7 to 10 because the college can only house about 10 due to COVID. So say for instance, we have, I don't know, 20 individuals who come to the final interview. We ask questions that will probe and probe and probe to make sure that we are selecting individuals who will get to the finish line and that we will assist you in getting to the finish line. We've had individuals, okay, if it's 9 weeks and you get to 6 weeks and say for instance, you took a job, you know, that has happened. That has actually happened. But we don't want you to change your mind.
I'm saying, what if I change my mind?
We don't want you to change your mind.
Oh, okay.
That's what
that does happen sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's more than acceptable. And what you would do is you would be referred back to Mr. Gregg, and Mr. Gregg would help you to decide what the right career path is.
Path is for you. Yeah.
So we've seen that happen. And what, you know, you would talk to Mr. Gregg again, and he would say, okay, Kayla, well, if this isn't for you, like, what might you be interested in? But that is a great question. At this point in time, I should say, I'm going to bounce this over to intersection of change because I apologize to all providers in the room and all students, but we are running a little bit behind. So I do believe that I saw Miss Kristen Brown here for intersection of change.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kristen Brown. I am the program assistant for Intersection of Change and its Thrive Workforce Development Program. If I could just share my screen, I have a little PowerPoint to show.
Just give me 1 second, Kristen. I apologize. You should be able to do it now. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Hope everybody can see my screen.
Okay. It's loading.
All right. Okay, so as I said, I am the program assistant for Intersection of Change, and Intersection of Change is a nonprofit that is celebrating 25 years of service this year, 2021. Our mission is to provide programs that enrich the economic, social, and spiritual lives of those dealing with poverty-related issues in the neighborhoods of Sandtown, Winchester, Upton, and surrounding communities. And so here's our building here, located on 1947 Pennsylvania Avenue. The bottom level is usually where we do some of our workforce development classes. There are also dance classes at the bottom. At the top, there's an art studio, and at the very top level is administrative offices. So we operate 3 programs under Intersection of Change. There's Martha's Place, Jubilee Arts, and Strength to Love 2. And our workforce development program is under Strength to Love 2, which is mostly an urban farm, which offers employment to returning citizens. Like I said, the workforce development aspect, which addresses food apartheid at our farm. And so our program, we do have a few requirements. One of the main ones is that you are between the ages of 18, 20, and 24. You do have to have a high school diploma and you must be a resident of Baltimore City. But our job is to help young adults in these ages that are seeking a career path. And so here's a brief overview, because our job, we want to help our participants find work in industry sector jobs. So our program, it is a 12-week paid job readiness program. We provide these following activities: adult education, job readiness classes, specifically a certification in customer service and sales. And we also plan to offer certification in these other 3 aspects, as I mentioned already: customer service, construction, and also warehouse logistics. We also offer paid internships, and we do provide case management and employment support for up to 24 months. So if you do join our program, we will follow you for 2 years and continue to provide you with support. As I mentioned before, these are our certifications. However, we are mainly focusing on customer service right now. COVID-19 has kind of caused us to redirect what we were doing. So right now we are not offering any certifications in warehouse and construction at this moment. We were partners with BCCC in our endeavors for these certifications, but we aren't offering them right now. It may pick up in the future, but we don't have a set date yet for that. So here are a few of our program partners. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you can have a minute or so to look at them, and then I'll move on to the next slide. right? And so we do have 4 phases for our program. The first one is career readiness training. That is soft skills instruction, which we use an online portal called Jumpstart Success. So that's helping you with your resume, cover letter, applying for jobs, preparing you for interviews and things like that to help boost your confidence when it comes to interviewing. And like I said, for your resume and cover letter, this is paid. It is 4 weeks. And this class we offer online. It is 2 hours, Monday through Friday from 10 to 12. And we do pay you also for 1 hour of homework, which is to be completed after class. Our third cohort has already started. It started on May 3rd, but we are still taking participants. Enrollment is open and ongoing, right? So phase 2 is paid internships. And this is about a month process for paid internships. We do pay for the internships 25 hours a week at $12 an hour, and it is for 4 weeks. We've had some of our participants have participated in internships for construction companies. And one of our participants also, she worked at an eyeglass place. So she was learning right under the optometrist, learning how to get people ready to get their glasses and things like that. Right, oops, kind of jumped ahead, sorry. Okay, and then also while you're doing your internship, you will be doing customer service certification classes. Our certification is offered through the National Retail Federation. This certification is good for 3 years, and it is accepted at most major retailers in the United States. And so phase 3 is job placement and retention with ongoing case management. So whatever it is career path that you want to go into, we will try our best to help you find a job in that area while helping you work on both short-term and long-term goals, and also providing case management. This date is not set in stone. It can change. So we're definitely not trying to rush you through this process. We're here to help and guide you. The last phase is phase 4. So once you do achieve permanent employment, we continue with case management. As I said before, we are with you for 2 years. So we will continue to provide any services that you need. Like I said, case management, any employment services or anything. If you need further job placement, we definitely will help you with that and assist you if you have any barriers that are helping, or not helping, but hindering your participation in the program. And we also do help with setting an IEP if you need it. And like I said, we are here to help you focus on your goals. That's really all I have. As I said before, our current cohort has already started May 3rd, but we are still taking participants. Here is my email if you are interested in joining. And just thank you for your time today. And if there's any questions, I can help you out.
Thank you, Kristen. Does anyone have any questions for Intersection of Change?
So what is this, like a construction site?
No, we do, like I said before, we did plan to offer certifications in construction and warehouse and also customer service. But right now, because of COVID, we're just doing customer service right now. However, if you are interested in other certifications, we can help you. One of our participants, he is doing his 90-hour childcare certification with BCCC right now. So if you are interested in other certifications other than customer service, we can help you with that.
Thank you for the question. Anyone else? Okay, well, if you think of anything, as always, please go ahead and place the questions in the chat. Thank you, Kristen, for joining us today. I do see that we have Charles here from JOTF, so we will be moving right along back into construction with JOTF. Charles, I will pass the floor off to you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Ooh, my bro. So real quick, my name is Charles Harper. I am with Job Opportunities Task Force / Project Jumpstart. I'm actually here in our classroom. So without further ado, I'm going to tell you all about our amazing construction training program that we have. And depending on the time that we have, I'll show you all what is our final project that they complete once we're done. So without further ado, let me tell you all about our amazing construction training program, Project Jumpstart. Let's get right to it. All right, guys, so what do we have? We have Project Jumpstart. I don't know if my screen is full, but over here it is. So I'll get right to it. Not too good with this. Okay. Project Jumpstart. What are we? We're a 14-week pre-apprenticeship training program that provides intensive classroom training and hands-on training in the building trades to Baltimore City residents every year, right? As stated, we're 14 weeks, 29 classes of pre-apprenticeship construction training program. Our classes are held 2 evenings a week from 6 to 9 p.m. So that's in the evening, 2 times a week. We have 2 locations, our east side location, and I'm coming to you all live from our west side location. And that's 2 evenings a week. We only actually commit to us, what, 6 hours a week, 3 hours each night, right? While you're in the class, you receive certifications in CPR, first aid, OSHA 10, and safety training. Now, the OSHA training, I always like to joke that and say that's our walking through the mud class. So that's where like the boring side of the training, but you have to get those certifications in OSHA 10 because that's going to assist you at the end when we get ready to place you for a job. You also earn $25 per class if you're on time, present for the entire class, and follow the policies of the program. Now that's $25, that's $50 a week. Roughly, if you don't miss any time, that's $750 total of your money, not my money. I tell people to some it ain't much, to some is a lot, right? That way you can probably get some gas, a loaf of bread, some time with your child if you have a child, just family time. That money is your money to do whatever, right? I don't say that if we're going to provide some supportive service that we're going to say, hey, use your stipend that you earned to get that. We're going to take care of that. And I'll tell you more about that later. You will receive benefits training, access to your credit scores, reports, one-on-one case management like myself, assistance with the budget and in-depth financial education. And I forgot to mention something, that this program is completely free. So let's touch on that real quick. When we come to benefits training, sometimes we don't know that we're able to get, that we're not eligible for certain benefits because we never sat down and been screened for certain benefits, right? Then we know that you fresh out of high school or what have you. So we're gonna tell you how you can build your credit, right? Don't fall for those loans that say, hey, look, apply for this loan. Next thing you know, you're in debt for the rest of your life. We're gonna help you to avoid that. Also, you receive one-on-one case management in so many words. I'm gonna be your favorite advocate. Guess what? I'm gonna go to bat and remove any barriers as well as the other case managers so that you are ready for employment. Then you're gonna get incentives with how to budget your money, right? We know that in construction, we have skilled wage jobs and regular wage jobs, right? So we're gonna tell you how to focus on your regular wage instead of your skilled wage, because once that project is complete, most likely you're gonna end up back with your regular wage until another special project comes. So you already know how to budget your money because that's what we're gonna teach you, right? Skills training includes construction, math, and measurement. Every night you're gonna be doing some math. You're gonna get math, because we're preparing you to take the ABC approved, math test. So you'll be taking the our math test, and that is actually good for a whole year. So when you get on your lovely job site and then you doing everything you gotta do, and they like, hey, look, we're gonna send you to apprenticeship school. You already took the ABC math test. So what we did was we got you one step ahead. Our skills training include construction math and measurement, right? But then we're gonna teach you all the hands-on portion, right? So right here behind me, we teach you this carpentry, electrical, as well as plumbing. So this is where you get hands-on. You'll come in the tool area, and I should have my hard hat on, but I don't have my hard hat on, but you'll be actually building this frame here, right? So when you build this frame right here, the wall side of it, this is your carpentry side, right? Once you build the holes and the math measurement, because once we get you all the math, you're gonna be a math expert, right? Here's your plumbing side of the situation. After you get your plumbing down, you run the wires. Now you're not playing with live electricity. I want to go home at night. This is your electrical side. So we teach you carpentry, electrical, and plumbing, all for free. I call this our gold standard construction program because we got amazing instructors, not myself, because I don't know a thing about construction besides picking up a drill. that teach you these things, right? Now, you came to us 14 weeks, you attended all 29 classes, right? You was on time and everything. It's now time for you to get placed inside of a job. Do we actually place people in a job? Yes, we do. But we also know before you get employed, there's some things that must happen before you get employed. We got to remove possibly a transportation barrier because you're fresh out of high school, so you don't have a driver's license. So guess what? We're going to send you to driving school so that way you can get your license, right? Then after you complete driving school and now you on a job for 90 days, you may need assistance with getting back and forth to work. Okay, we have a car grant. That's free money, up to $2,500 that you can earn for completing our program successfully that will help you and assist you to get in the car, because we know you can't travel to PA to build anything if you don't have a vehicle, right? Even if you need bus fare to get back and forth to work, we want to take care of that while you go. So once you graduate from the program, you go on to our retention services, right? You go on to retention service. That's where we check on you for the rest of your life. We like to look at this like a family. You in this family for the rest of your life. I'm going to call and get on your nerves because that's what I was doing earlier before I got on here. We just want to make sure that you're good. Are you still working? Do you need to be placed? Construction is on growing demand. You just need the good soft skills as well as some hands-on training to get you there, and we gonna get you there. But before you can get to this family, there are some qualifications that you must meet. One, you must live in Baltimore City. You must be a Baltimore City resident. Also meet the qualifications for the Grads to Career program. Have a high school diploma, GED, which you all will have in a couple of months. Congratulations. Must be physically able to work in construction. Now, there's a difference between tweeting and hammering nails inside of wood. You gotta be physically able to work in construction. And last thing, complete a drug test if selected for an interview. Don't log off yet, because guess what? We can work with you with that situation. We have special privileges where we're able to help you and assist you so that way you're not denied to get to the program. We work with you. We have what we call out 45-day probation, where we want to work with young people because we know that life happens. And so that's what we do. Now, if you have any more questions, here's my information. My name is Charles Harper. Again, I am the recruitment guy for Project Jumpstart / Job Opportunity Task Force. My information is here. If you call me or you say, hey, look, I'm interested, I got my cell phone right here. It's charged up. So if you give me a call, I'll make sure you get the application. That's all I have is pertains to Project Jumpstart. And don't forget that this program is free. The only thing that's missing is you. So if you're looking for a good opportunity and a good pathway into the construction field, I'm here. Let's talk about it.
Thank you, Charles. I don't know if you were able to see the chat, but we have quite a few folks in the chat that are really loving the energy that you're bringing to this room right now.
Listen, I just know how amazing that this program is. And I just know that what we could do for them. And so if they're interested in construction, I'm interested in having a conversation. Let's get them started.
Right. We do have one question in the chat, and it says,
okay,
when do you start?
Our next class is slated to start in September. We have a cohort that's currently going on. We actually just graduated a cohort with some of our Grads to Careers guys. They're working in the electrical field as we speak. And we're assisting them. One guy said he needed some tools. So that's another thing. Another good unique thing about our program is that when you complete our program, we want to make sure that you are ready to work. So say if you get a job in the electrical field, guess what? You get a bucket of tools specific to your field. So wherever you're going to work at, that's what we got you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Charles while we have him here?
So if I wanted an office job, y'all would supply me with stuff for an office job?
We do not have office training. So if you end up on a construction site as some type of assistant, we can figure out how you can be successful with that.
Okay.
And it looks like we have a raised hand, Shamaya. I'm really sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but do you have a question?
Pronounced it right. And I just wanted to know, what if you already have a job and you want to get into this program that you're talking about?
So if you have a job, you're still eligible for the program. Because again, we know that the more training you have, the more likely that you can be elevated on the job.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Any more questions for Mr. Charles? Okay, you're going to hear me say it a few more times, and I've already been saying it. If anything pops into your mind, feel free to drop that question into the chat. Now we have Miss Sandra, who I know is going to keep the energy up because she is one of the most energetic and smiley people I have ever met with KRA. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Megan. Looks like I'm still experiencing a little bit of technical difficulty, and I apologize for that. But I do have assistance, so I can actually share my screen and everything. So thank you so much. You are definitely, you definitely did your thing. So I have to compliment you on that. Our program is basically called, is named Knowledge to Careers. We're located on Lake Street, 1741 Lake Street. We also have, we offer carpentry training for individuals who are, they could be in high school, they could be high school dropouts. We also deal with individuals who may be ex-cons, or and we deal with different individuals per se. If you need assistance as far as maybe you have a learning disability or things of that sort, we definitely assist people who have learning disabilities. And the way that we do that is by basically testing. We do CASA testing. CASA is similar to taste testing. You have to be able, in order to actually enter into the program, you have to be able to pass your CASA testing with at least on an 8th grade level. Also, our actual school schedule is Monday through Friday, 9 to 3. Upon your completion of your actual training and everything, which will be 3 to 4 months, we provide you with employment, and also we assist you with any type of barriers you may have at the time. So you may have, if you have something on your background, or if you may have some other things that you may be facing, we assist you with that. It could be your license, it could be child care, it could be anything. But we definitely assist you with that. Also, during the duration of you being in class, we provide you with professional development every Wednesday. And what professional development does basically is teaching you your soft skills training as far as like your budgeting of your money or your funds, how to read your paychecks or pay stubs, just those soft skills that help you to be successful in any avenue of your life. We also work on helping you with your resume. If you don't have a resume, we also assist you with how to build up your resume. So those are all professional development classes that we actually provide for anyone who's interested in this carpentry training program. It is definitely free, as everything else is, every other program here. We also start you off as far as the salary on completion. It could be anywhere between $14 to $20, maybe up higher an hour. The program curriculum that we provide is called HBI PAC. That's Home Builders Institution Pre-Apprenticeship. And the avenue of what HBI that you will earn would be the certificate of carpentry completion. We also provide you with OSHA 10. Now, OSHA 10 is basically your Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and the 10 actually represents how many hours of OSHA that you actually study. So that would be 10, because there are different levels of OSHA. And the CASA test that I actually discussed earlier is basically the testing of your comprehension adult student assessment. And that is basically not a pass or fail type of test. It's basically to see where you are academically. So we can assess how you would actually do in the classes and everything. The classes also are self-paced. So if you already have maybe some type of background in carpentry and you have some knowledge of it, then we would, you could actually take those unit tests, and you may test a little bit faster than the average person because you already have some type of knowledge. Also, we provide you with transportation. So if you need this as far as like bus fare, we provide you with that. The training itself is about maybe like $10,000, but it's all free to you. And OSHA is free to you as well. Once you've completed everything, we've provided you with employment. We also work with you. It's a lifetime commitment. You can call me 2 years, 3 years, 4 years from now. And if you have any questions, any concerns, and if I'm available to help, I will definitely help you and assist you. Some of the requirements for our program is that you must be 18 and 24. You have to graduate from high school, or you could be a high school dropout. You would have to probably maybe be good in math, because when we actually discuss carpentry, it deals with a lot of measurements and things of that sort. So if mathematics is not your thing and you're afraid of heights and you need a job right now, it may not be a good fit. But if you do have all of those, so if you do enjoy mathematics and enjoy just traveling and making extra money and doing different projects, then this will be the thing for you. And also, congratulations to the great class of 2021. Despite all everyone, you beautiful people have made it through. So I just wanted to commend you on that. And does anyone have any questions or concerns?
Seems like there are definitely no concerns. Any questions for Miss Sandra here? Okay, well, again, feel free
so much
to put it in the chat box.
So Megan, I think I just wanted to highlight because we have a lot of students who are like, when are the construction companies coming? This is a role similar to a construction role. So really just carpentry, you'll be on a construction site, you'll be using your hands. So for all of our students who are interested in construction, this would be another opportunity in that field. And I just wanted to highlight that. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Adenike. I appreciate that. Any other questions?
Yes. With construction, does that include designing ideas?
Yes, ma'am, it does, because we actually have a portion of blueprint, which will allow you to design certain things to your liking, depending upon your project.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your question.
Okay, any other questions? All right, up next we have Maryland New Directions. I didn't see anyone in the room that I recognize from MND. Do we have anyone here to represent Maryland New Directions? Okay, well then I will share my screen and I will do the overview. Give me just 1 second here. Okay, can everyone see this all right? Without straining their eyes? Oops.
Yep, we can see it.
Great. So Maryland New Directions actually offers 2 different trainings for grads to careers. They offer maritime transportation, distribution, and logistics, also known as MTDL, which is what I'm going to go over today. And then they do offer hospitality. Right now, given the pandemic, hospitality is not offering as many promising jobs. So while it is an option for you to take, just keep in mind that the employment climate is not at its all-time high. As things resume back to normal, it will be opening up, but for all intents and purposes today, we'll be touching on MTDL. So the Maritime Transportation Distribution and Logistics Training Program has been designed with the Port of Baltimore and employers in the MTDL industries. You will complete a 3-week, which is about 90 hours training course that will help you for skills in this field. So this is like when you think of the Port of Baltimore and just kind of working with forklifts, OSHA 10 certification, kind of like warehouse inventory. And then they also do a certified custom specialist certification. So with that being said, like I had already mentioned, but potential job titles include forklift operator, warehouse associate, order puller, packer, production worker, inventory specialist, assembly worker, and logistics administrator. Usually the average starting wage is around $13 or just under $13 for the MTDL training sector. What do workers do? So what exactly would this job look like? Like we mentioned, you could operate forklifts, you could help to manage inventory in a warehouse. So counting boxes that come in, counting boxes that go out, finding items that people have ordered and preparing them for shipping. So a lot of times what people think of might be like the Amazon warehouse in this situation. Assembling materials and making sure that products are stored and moved correctly. So this is a very hands-on job. Which might make this a great fit for you if you like working with your hands, if you like tasks and heavy workloads, if operating machinery is something you're interested in, and also having good listening skills, ready to work in a group of different people. And you know, this is a growing industry. You do, as with any job, will need to show up on time. Some things to think about where this might not be quite the right fit for you would be if you don't enjoy standing for long periods of time, if you cannot or you're not interested in lifting heavy loads, especially loads over 50 pounds, and if you don't like working with your hands, if you don't like physical labor, if you would rather be sitting at a desk and not really want to be up moving around, this might not be the career for you. At Maryland New Directions, once you talk to Mr. Gregg and decide that this would be a good fit for you, you would attend an orientation session with them, and then just talk to Mr. Michael or Mr. Maurice on completing an interview and kind of deciding what the next steps would look like for you as far as when your training would begin. It is important to note that M&D does not drug test, but certain companies might drug test and require a negative drug test results and may conduct a background check. So with that being said, hospitality, I think it was Shay that mentioned into the chat that yes, that it is coming back up, and that is correct. With things opening back up, hospitality will be growing. And again, hospitality is something that we look at with like hotels, as well as working in customer service. So I will just navigate to the hospitality page. And here it's just with a career focus on customer service and hospitality trainings. You do a lot of networking in this career. And we'll just kind of highlight this part right here. What do workers in hospitality do? Hospitality workers usually work within the food service industry, work at a hotel as like bellhop or concierge, front desk help or receptionist, office assistant, work in maintenance and housekeeping. So hospitality is kind of this huge umbrella that has a bunch of little like tiers underneath it as to what you could do with hospitality. The average starting range for hospitality is around $12 an hour. Hospitality might be right for you if you enjoy working with other people, if you enjoy talking, if you like having consistent work. And you like helping others, if you want to be in a place where you are, helping to make someone's day and constantly communicating with other people. Again, since this is at Maryland New Directions, you would attend an orientation session and just talk with Mr. Michael or Mr. Maurice about when training would start. I believe that Mr. Gregg put it into the chat, but M&D programs, M&D programs are 3 weeks long. And M&D does a good job of meeting a young person where they're at. So say their program is to start on, May 16th, just as an example, but you cannot start until May 17th. M&D usually is able to accommodate scheduling and to work with you all in that sense. So I am going to go ahead and open up the floor for any questions that myself or Greg can try to answer. But at the same time, just knowing that you can apply for M&D through that common application and by texting or calling Greg. As Greg mentioned in the chat, they are big on resume and interview prep. They help you sharpen your job skills and your search skills. So again, this is a great opportunity. They also have a lot of support systems as well. So just as some of the other providers have talked about, offering additional supports, whether that be financial literacy training, legal assistance. I know that they also have like a community closet where you can go in and they prepare you with suits from, I believe it's Sharp Dressed Men, that help you to interview, or professional attire for those that might need, something other than a suit to interview. So those are just some other support systems that they have in place.
So Megan, I don't think I see anybody from NCIA, but
Mr. Walter Bishop is here from NCIA.
okay, so I'll make him live.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yes, this is Walter. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. We had some IT issues, so I had to log on to my phone. So I'm sorry I won't be able to do a presentation, but I can talk about the program. Okay, my name is Walter Billis. I'm the regional recruitment director. And what we offer are vocational training in 5 different modules. Okay, and those training modules are automotive, HVAC, culinary arts, commercial Class B driving, and the licensed drone pilot. Each class, our cohorts are 4 cohorts a year. We have a cohort starting May the 24th. We have morning classes from 9 to 1, afternoon classes from 1 to 5, Monday through Thursday. You also have an array of supports and referral services. Every individual that enrolls into our training center will be assigned a case manager, and that case manager is to assist with any type of barriers that you may have that don't even involve school. We do transportation support. We do mental health referrals. We're background friendly. Our employer partnerships are background friendly. I think I've heard someone say before, we don't do drug testing, but we will address that because in order for you to be successful, most of these employers, you're going to have to be drug-free. We also have a workforce development team that assists you with employment. As far as we're concerned, we have like a holistic approach to vocational training. So we're treating the entire person. Once you enter into our school and are accepted, the door is always open. If you need to come back to get a refresher, if something occurred where you couldn't complete, we will set you up to come back. So we really erase all the excuses that an individual can conjure up in his mind not to be successful. We're not a perfect organization, but no organization is. But what I can tell you is that every individual that has come to our training center who really wanted to change their life, they have done that. Right now, we're actually doing hybrid classes, some remote, some at the facility based on COVID. People who come to the facility have to have their temperature taken. We provide masks. We adhere to all the safety precautions that we have to adhere to through COVID. Our next cohort starts May the 24th. We accept individuals 18 and up. 18 is the minimum age to get in. You can reside in the city of Baltimore. I have other funding sources that if you live in the state of Maryland, and I have funding for all veterans from the state of Maryland. So in a sense, I think Greg has all my information. I'm sorry for the mix-up that I couldn't be on and actually be on the video along with showing screens of what it is and sharing my screen as to what NCI does. But Greg has my information. I'm always looking to recruit individuals who want to change their life. And we're background friendly, like I said. So we're very liberal. You don't have to have a high school diploma, but we will assist you to get that. If you don't have a driver's license, we will send you to driving school. We will do everything in our power for you to be successful. And again, I apologize for the IT issues that we have, and I had to use my phone. Are there any questions?
We appreciate you being here, sir. Thank you so much. No apology necessary. And I will talk through with the applicants if they're interested and get the referrals through. Over to you.
Absolutely. Absolutely, sir. Just have them, you can call me directly or have them contact me directly. My job is, if they're interested, for me to get them enrolled. And they'll be in class for 15 weeks. This class that starts in May, they will graduate in September. We actually have a graduation coming up May the 21st. The next cohort starts May the 24th, and you'll be in class until September.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you for calling in despite technical difficulties. Next up, we have Urban Alliance. I see that we have both Kendra and LaShawn in our audience, so I will kick off the floor to those two ladies who will talk about our land surveying program.
Oh, thanks, Megan. Let me share my screen. Let me see. All right, there we go. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kendra, one of the program coordinators for Urban Alliance. Just like Megan said, today I'll be talking about our surveyors program. Oops. Hold on. All right, so Urban Alliance is a national organization across 4 different regions. So we have Baltimore, Chicago, Detroit, and Greater Washington, D.C. For this particular program, our surveyors program, you'll have the opportunity to earn up to $2,000. You'll be working consistent hours for 6 weeks at a business organization in your city. You'll learn skills for future surveyor careers, receive certifications specific to land surveying. So you'll get CPR, first aid, and FLACA certifications. And then you'll also gain lifelong support through Urban Alliance Alumni Services Director. So our program does not just end on July 30th. It is something that you can carry with you for the rest of your life. So 10 years from now, if you feel like you need resume support, interview prep, you can call back and we'll help you with that. We're here to make sure that you have long-term personal and professional growth, and we're here to make sure that you get it throughout the entirety of your journey. So this is how you find out if Urban Alliance is for you. So if you are a current high school senior who's on track to graduate this June, if you're not planning to go to college, if you're able to commit to working 20 hours per week during business hours, and then if you're able to work full-time from June and July. So if these apply to you, then that means Urban Alliance is for you. So some stuff that you'll learn in our program, we do incorporate professional development. So you will be having that on-site experience, well, hopefully on-site experience, whether that be virtual or in person. And then you'll be getting that professional development aspect as well. So some topics that you guys will be going over is interview skills, resume writing, self-advocacy, professional communication, financial capability, professional soft skills, and networking. These are just some skills that we don't necessarily get a whole lot of time and attention on in the classroom. So we're just here to help make sure that you have a good understanding of these skills and are able to maneuver throughout your personal and professional journeys when you guys graduate from high school. So as far as the program timeline, our program will begin in early June. At that point, it will be our pre-work, which will be 2 weeks of pre-employment job skills training. So what that looks like is kind of like a 2-week-long interview. So you guys will be learning different topics that I stated in the last slide. And then from there, based on how you guys perform, we'll then select you for an internship. So it's not anything that's guaranteed. You will have to work for it because we do have about 20 some odd schools that we work with. So it's going to be a competitive process. But if you guys show out during that 2-week-long pre-employment training, then you guys shouldn't have anything to worry about with being selected in the program. Mid-June, intern selection and job interviews begin. So provided that you guys do well during pre-work, mid-June is when we will let you know if you've been accepted, and then that's when the job interviews begin. And then the end of June, that's when full-time work begins, and you'll be working 20 hours a week, Monday through Thursday, and then you'll attend Friday workshops. So you will be paid for this for your 20 hours a week. So this is not a free experience. You will get paid, and you'll also get to learn some different skills that will help you throughout your own journeys. And then June through July, that will be our full-time work, and Friday workshops will continue. So at that point, you're pretty much going to be about the same thing, getting that exposure at your job sites, then working on that certification training. And then on July 30th, that's when our program ends. That's when you will become UA alum, provided that you guys continue out the whole duration of the program. And if you need any support, you can always come back and call our Alumni Services Director, and we'll help you in whatever way that you may need. So as far as what's next, so you're going to have to complete a student interest form, which we will put in the chat. This is just saying that, hey, this sounds like something I want to do. And that gives us the green light to go ahead and reach out to you sometime this month. So we'll notify you by June 1st that we have received your interest form, and then our program will begin on June 7th. Once you guys finish the interest form, you will be automatically emailed the application. So the interest form is not the application. Make sure you do that application, and then from there, we'll have all the information that we need to get you set up for our program. And does anybody have any questions?
I do.
Yes.
So is it only through the summer where you do the whole process?
Yeah, so it's only through the summer. Once you guys become UA alums, sometimes there are opportunities to work at other organizations, but this land surveying program is only through the summer.
Okay, I also have another question.
Mm-hmm.
I have a job through Youth Works. Is it possible that I could do both?
It definitely is possible. COVID has forced us all to have to adapt and implement other strategies. So provided that maybe your job site might be virtual, or if you are in person, we can talk to your mentor, and then we might be able to accommodate that. So I'm not going to say yes or no. It all kind of depends on what your schedule is at YouthWorks and what your schedule will be at your job site, but it definitely is a possibility. So I think you should still fill out that interest form, just in case.
I mean, I checked with the lady who hired me, and she said it was virtual.
It's virtual. Okay, so we could definitely talk more about it once you do the interest form, but it's definitely possible that we can include both.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kendra, if I could just step in. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is LaShonda Bolden. I'm the program director with Urban Alliance Baltimore. Just wanted to give a little more context. We do start out at $11.75 per hour. So since the program is a little shorter, pre-work is for 2 weeks, and then you'll work for 6 weeks. So for the first 3 weeks, you would be making $11.75. And then after your first 3 weeks, you would have an opportunity to get up to $1 raise and begin making $12.75 for the last 3 weeks of the program. And then for pre-work, any student that participates in pre-work and meets certain criteria, it may be attendance, assignment completion, whatever criteria we set for pre-work. If you complete it successfully, even if we don't select you for the internship, you would get a bonus of $100 just for participating in our pre-work.
And I also wanted to add that you will have 2 adults with you throughout this whole process. So I will be your program coordinator, and then also you'll have an on-site mentor that you'll talk to. So you'll have 2 people that will help assist you in whatever way that you might need support with. Any other questions?
Thank you, Urban Alliance.
Thank you.
If there are any questions that pop up, again, feel free to place them in the chat and we will touch on them. I did see that Demetrius joined us here from NPower, so I am going to go ahead and kick the floor off to him to talk about our IT program with NPower.
Thanks, Megan, and good afternoon, everyone. And actually, I'm joined by my colleague, Mr. Kyle Wise. He actually is going to start us off talking about NPower. Megan, I don't know if you can unmute Kyle. And are we able to share our screen? Okay.
Al, you have the power to unmute yourself. If it's not working.
No, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay.
Yeah, Demetrius, you want to share your screen?
Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, can everyone see that?
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so like I said, good afternoon. My name is Kyle Wise. I'm the Recruitment and Admissions Manager at the West Baltimore location here at NPower. We actually have 2 locations, one on the west side of Baltimore and one on the east side of Baltimore. Go to the next slide. So right now, there are about 30,000 open IT positions in the Baltimore area. These positions can't be filled because there's not enough people with the skills to obtain these positions. It's actually, Baltimore City is actually the #1 city in the country for women in IT. And DC is actually the #11 city in the country for IT positions, for the IT careers. So there's tons of opportunity throughout the DMV region. And our job here at Empower is to connect young adults like yourselves who may be interested in getting into technology and IT with these positions and with these companies. You can go to the next slide. So Empower is a national nonprofit organization. We're in about 9 cities across the country, including in Toronto. And what we do is we offer free IT training to young adults between the ages of 18 to 25, as well as military veterans, as well as IT credentialing, professional development skills, and paid internship and apprenticeship placement assistance. So the ultimate goal would be to give you the skills and the certifications that you need to get into IT and start your IT career, as well as place you in a full-time IT position with any one of the companies that we partner with. So I want to play this quick video just to show you guys a little bit more about the program experience and how we'll be able to help you launch your IT career.
Hey, hold on, I'm trying to play it. Let's see. All right, sorry about that.
I think I can speak for everyone when I say that 2020 kind of threw everyone through a loop. I was laid off. One of the hardest things has been transitioning out of the military.
I've spent a lot of my life not feeling the best about myself or my situation.
I've changed career paths so many times because I never knew what exactly I wanted to do. I need to start actually figuring out what that is.
I knew that I could do it, but I knew that I couldn't do it alone.
I found the Empower program.
Once Empower accepted me, I was going to give 110%.
I knew I had to look towards the future.
When I actually got into the program, I started to see that, no, they really care.
They are trying to help you, and it really shows.
Everyone's been so kind.
Down to earth, personable and relatable.
They have great support for veterans and young people.
Empower really is trying to supplement the lives of people who didn't have as many chances as other people do to succeed. And I love that so much.
Now that I'm here, it's like I'm starting a whole new life and just trying to work away my goals.
Through my time in Empower, I've been able to, find new interest in tech and learn how I can really make a career for myself as a self-starter, basically, which is what they've really shown me.
IT is all about the future. What's coming next?
And I feel like my future now has a good path.
It's leading me to a brighter future in IT.
I have learned so much about IT.
We're learning how to build those soft skills as well as the hard skills.
It's broadening my fundamental value of money and actually how to grow it, expand it, and it's been really enlightening.
I'm not living check to check. I'm actually thinking about my future and where I want to go. It has my whole mentality thinking 3, 4, 5 years ahead. I would hope to start a career in software engineering.
I see a massive future in cybersecurity.
Working at a company where I feel like I'm making a difference and just being able to fully call myself a software developer, which would be pretty insane, honestly.
I want to see myself progress and succeed, be better every single day.
I have a 6-month internship, which is amazing.
I only wish I started this back in 2010 when I first went to college.
Thank you, Empower. I am so grateful.
So I hope you enjoyed that. And one of the things I also wanted to mention is that you don't have to have any prior IT experience. You don't have to have taken any IT or technology classes in high school. We start from scratch. And if you're either very passionate about IT or you're unsure what you want to do when you graduate, IT is probably one of the best fields right now to get into because it covers so many different fields. Just about every organization has an IT department or IT support. So just something to keep in mind. I'm gonna pass it off to Mr. Goodwin right now.
All right, thanks, Kyle. So I'll go into a little more detail about how we do what we do. As Kyle mentioned, there's no need for any prior experience. You at least have to have your high school diploma or your GED. So as you can see on this slide here, we're looking at the tech job seeker, which is all of you, hopefully. And what we do is we take you through our program, which starts with a 23-week, in this green section, it talks about 23-week tech training with IT credentialing. Now, the first 16 weeks of that, you will be mainly doing your tech training, as well as what we call professional development. And that's where you'll be learning how, or getting skills around interviewing, preparing your resume, your cover letter, your LinkedIn profile. We also work with you as far as looking at yourself as a brand, overcoming any kind of test anxiety. There also is a workshop where they talk about goal setting, looking at yourself, 3, 4, 5, 10 years from now and what that would look like for you. We also work with you on, just support overall. So for instance, we have social support managers that will assist you with any resources outside of the tech training and the soft skills. So some of our students may come in with certain barriers and they want to know, okay, who can I talk to about this? Who do I go to? This came up. We have support and resources for that. So we try to be, try to take a 360 approach to you as a trainee when you're in the program. And we look at you as that, a trainee. So meaning that you're at work, it's not quote unquote college or, the next year of high school. We look at you as if you're an Empower employee and we treat you as such and have those same expectations. Here in the black, it talks about professional development and social services. I just talked about that. And again, that professional development is key because you may know how to, program and do whatever, but if you can't properly interview or relay your skills and knowledge, then you're less likely to be hired by anybody. So we work with you on that as well. We also have a mentorship program, that yellow section, where we match you up with a mentor, just you, and that person is in the tech industry and works with you and meets with you regularly to talk about, career goals, et cetera, et cetera. And again, all of this is free of charge. And then finally, after you finish your tech training, you heard some of the people in the video talk about their internships or where they replace that. And we have a placement team that works with you as well as far as placing you into an internship, a paid internship, or into an apprenticeship or a direct hire position. So we just ask that you come to us focused, dedicated, and we hate to say guarantee, but we do our very, very best to get you that final outcome with those students that you saw there in the video. So I talked about placement, and here are some of the typical roles. This is not all the roles, but some of the roles you can find yourself in when you leave Empower. I think you saw one of the young ladies, she talked about being a software developer. She was actually in our last class, and she thought that, well, maybe Empower is not for me because I want to do software development. And we told her that there's opportunity within our network for that. So she trusted us. She came in, she did what she had to do, and she was able to fulfill that dream. And she's working now with a company called Elsevier up out of Pennsylvania, but doing her work virtually. So take a look at some of these jobs. Again, this is what we do. These are jobs that we have placed our students or our graduates into. So we can kind of see all of you kind of doing the same thing. And before I talk about this last slide, I just wanted to make sure that all you do know that IT is not beyond you. I know sometimes it makes it seem like, well, IT is for this person, that person, not for me. IT is for everybody. Anybody can learn IT, whether it be software development, hardware, software, networking, cyber. I hope you saw yourselves in that video with somebody, because we do see you as that. And we need you to be in that space going forward. So here are a couple of success stories, Kyle and Maria. Kyle was actually at the Naval Academy. He got hurt and found himself working at a warehouse and living, I think, with some friends and family. But anyway, he came across us. He got 2 certs while he was here, and we were able to place him at Northrop Grumman. And I think now he's working in DC at the State Department. And then Maria German, who graduated in 2017, again, she wanted to get into cybersecurity, and she was able to get her A+, and then she went and got another 2 certs on her own after Empower, and has began to work her way up. And you can kind of see her story written there before she was at Empower as a waitress. But again, these stories are not atypical and they're not impossible. They're just, students or trainees who came in, put in the work, trusted us, persevered, and again, the outcome is just that. As Kyle mentioned before, there are 30,000 jobs that need to be filled just in the Baltimore area, and we need people to fill them. And it's just point blank, plain and simple. And then the salary outcome or outlook, for these positions is another thing that we take a look at. And I think it talked about finally about the career path. We want Empower as a start to put you on that path, and then you can then excel up into whatever level you want to be at. So if you want to make 6 figures, fine. If you want to have an idea, start your own whatever and make 7 figures, 8 figures, that's fine. It's all about you. But I hate to try to paint dreams. Reality is there's jobs out here, they need talent, they're good paying jobs. And it's not impossible to see yourself or put yourself in those positions. Other than that, I will end it and ask if there are any questions.
Thank you. And does anyone have any questions?
I see some stuff in the chat. Let me see here.
The chat is some links from Greg as well as Kyle.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, definitely feel free to reach out to Kyle. He's our recruitment and admissions manager. Our next class is starting August 16th. And we'd love to have, some of you or all of you, if possible, in that upcoming class.
Beautiful.
Thanks, Megan.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Empower. And last but certainly not least, we are going to wrap up with the G2C providers with our friend Mark here on behalf of Catholic Charities.
Thank you, Megan. And I'm going to take a moment to talk to you about our Level Up program. And let me share my screen. It looks like—
1 second, Mark. I just need to
Gotcha, no problem.
turn your permission on. 1 second. Thank you. Megan, one quick question for Empower. Is there an entrance assessment or anything like that?
Yes, so they will be required. Demetrius, I'll let you take this.
Yeah.
All G2C students will be required to take the CASAs, but Demetrius.
Yeah, no problem. As far as Empower, no, there is not an entrance exam. We do have a TABE test, but that's not for entrance. We just want to kind of see where you're at coming into the program. The 2 main qualifications are, of course, you have to be 18 and you have to have at least a GED or high school diploma. From there, you'll interview, and then we'll assess you, as Kyle said, based on your interest in tech, or at least your interest in tech, but not on any kind of entrance exam or grade point average or anything like that.
And just to clarify really quick, you can't apply when you're 17, but when the program starts, you need to be 18 years old.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Anika. I appreciate it. Looks like Mark is now able to share his screen, so we will transition to you, Mark. Thank you.
Thanks to everyone. And I'm telling you, if I were a younger person looking for something, I would definitely be interested in Empower because it looks like a very, very interesting program. I'm here to talk about Level Up because I believe that there's people in the audience today who are looking to level up and to do some things career-wise that will set them on a better and more positive path. So we are a provider for youth who are out of school and out of work. And as you can see in this flyer that's in front of you, what we're going to do with you if you come in to work with this program is that we're going to help you access your interests. We're going to do an interest survey with you so that you can determine what you're passionate about, what you would like to do, what your experiences have been. And even if you have no experience, we're able to work with you to identify what would be the best fit for you job-wise. We offer educational support. We offer tutoring and mentoring because we want to make sure that you are being worked with in a holistic fashion. So as far as working with us in terms of not only our occupational training, but as far as the testing requirements of our status as a WIOA provider, we're going to help you to get ready for that testing, and we're going to help you improve your performance on testing. And that's through our tutoring and our support in that area. The key to what we do is job training. We have 3 occupational tracks. One is IT network support. The other is auto tech technician, where you'd be receiving a certification in light maintenance and brake repair. For IT, you would be receiving the A+ certification once you complete that training. We also have training in early childhood development, where you can, if you take the training until the very end, you can become a teacher for a Head Start program. So we feel very, very good about the training that we offer. And to back up that training, we also offer assistance with job placement. So we're going to help you find a position that is commensurate with the training that you've gained with us. And we're going to make sure that we're supportive of you until you are placed in a full-time position. Our support is ongoing, as you can see, because we're going to not drop you after you get your job training from us. We are an agency as Catholic Charities. We're an agency that helps people 365 days a year. So if there are any barriers that you may be experiencing in any area of your life, we can leverage resources your way. We can leverage support your way so that there's nothing standing between you and achieving what you would like to achieve. I like to say we help people to live their best life.
Excuse me.
And yes.
I can't click the link in the chat.
Okay.
Empowered Level Up or whatever, whichever one you put in the chat. I can't touch it.
Gotcha. I think our Level Up partners our Empower partners might be able to help you with that because I haven't placed anything in the chat.
Yeah, I actually think Mr. Greg will be able to reach out and help you.
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay. And no problem. Another of the features that we offer is while you are in your occupational training with Level Up, we offer stipend support because you have to get around, you have to do things. So we're going to be offering stipend support to help you have a little money in your pocket while you're getting the training. Why wait until you get a job to get paid? So we can do some things right now to send some financial support your way. So if you're between the ages of 18 and 24, we're looking for you. We would love to talk to you about our program. You can see our telephone number is on the bottom of the flyer, 667-600-3451. We're working with some really great community partners in Level Up. We're working with Baltimore City Community College, Truist Bank, Perscolas for our IT training. We're also working with Catholic Charities Head Start for our Catholic Charities Head Start is for our early childhood development training. So we're on the next page of this flyer, and you can see what I've already mentioned to you, our job skills training, IT support, early childhood education, automotive tech. And not everybody comes from a sparkling clean background. I'll put it that way. So persons who have really endured some adversities and have had some setbacks, we know what that's about. So we're ready with a suite of tools that can help you get to where you need to get to, regardless of where you've been. I think that's a nice way of putting it. So we offer legal aid and expungement. We offer job training on interviewing, all of your soft skills. We offer ongoing and what we call wraparound services. We offer case management, where you'd be working with a dedicated case manager who can help you explore options, help you to clarify what your priorities are, and we will send and leverage resources your way to make sure that any barrier you're experiencing is overcome. For persons who feel as though behavioral health is an issue, we're available to help you with that. If persons have experienced any issues with substance use, we're able to assist with that. We feel pretty good about the fact that our services are just so comprehensive and helping you and meeting you wherever you are right now. If you don't have your GED, we can help you get that. We offer entrepreneurial training so that persons who have a desire, some of you are very, very anxious to really start your own business. Well, we're going to provide resources to help you get that, to help you reach that goal. We have mentoring available. We have right now participants who are working with mentors, because it's nice to be able to lay hands on a person who has been down the road a little bit ahead of you, and that person can help bring you up to speed. That's pretty much all we have to say. If anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Thank you, Mark. Does anyone have any questions for Catholic Charities? I do believe it says, we have Kayla asking in the chat, do you have the link to Catholic Charities? Greg, I don't know if that would be something that you would be able to help with, just connecting Kayla to Catholic Charities.
Absolutely, I can do that.
That was a question that we had in the chat.
Kayla, if you want to go ahead and text me,
guys.
you can text me and I will make sure to get you that. I'm putting my number in the chat one more time here. And I'm also, sorry, Megan, didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, you're fine. I asked you for help. So great. Yes. Again, if you have any questions on any of the programs that you heard today, Greg can help you. So if you're like, oh, I don't necessarily know how to get in touch with that person from that organization, Greg can help connect you to that organization. One final call for any questions for Catholic Charities. Okay. Well, as always, throw any lingering questions that you may have from any point at all today into the chat. I'm going to pass the mic over to Greg, who's going to wrap us up before the break. So Greg, floor is all yours.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mark, for joining us. That was really great. I appreciate seeing you today. And thanks for working with our young people. And thanks to all of the Grads to Careers training providers for being here today and for such wonderful energy and enthusiasm, and for all of your presentations. We really appreciate you helping us to build out this community of workforce training in Baltimore City for our graduates and for the future leaders of the city. So again, congratulations to all the graduates as you're heading towards graduation. Just a recap of where we are in the day. So we are in day 2 of our career fair and we are just about to take a break. Thank you so much for hanging on. I know we're running a little bit late. But the afternoon, we have a wonderful slate of apprenticeships and other workforce training options that are not affiliated with Grads to Careers, but are also great opportunities. So we have a lot of people ready to speak throughout the afternoon, and then we have closing and next steps from there. Just as a reminder for the Grads to Careers process, if anything seems unclear about any of the processes and you just want to talk to me about a potential Grads to Careers option, even if you're not sure if you want to go forward, feel free to text me or call. If you are ready to apply, you can go ahead and apply on bemoreG2C.com. Our new website actually just went live today, so it's exciting because we were in sore need of an update and we finally got one. So there may be a couple hiccups in that, but it is live, so you can check that out now. And so this is just a reminder, please apply if you have not yet. It takes about 5 minutes, and you can do it online. And as soon as you hit submit, you will get a confirmation page with my phone number and email on there, okay? So now, without further ado, it is time for a break. So I think everybody could probably use to get up and stretch and maybe get some food and see the sun. So I will pass it along to
Mr.
Adenike.
I know that our students have hung on, and I just appreciate it. I know it was supposed to be a 30-minute break, but we're going to really have 15 minutes. Our next presenter is going to come in at 1. So students, please, I'm going to put up a slide. If you, like I said, Mr. Gregg gave you his information. If there are any of the training providers, apprenticeship providers that presented, if you're interested in any of them, please make sure to email Mr. Gregg, telephone Mr. Gregg. He's giving you his cell phone number. I'm going to go ahead and put my the break slide up so that if you just want to take a picture of the screen and to be able to connect with Mr. Gregg, you can do that as well. And we will be back.
Excuse me.
Please go ahead. Is this Kayla?
Yes.
Please
I
go
never
ahead.
got the link to Catholic Church. So I can
Catholic
register.
Charities. Okay, so I'm going to,
Catholic
Mr. Gregg,
Charities.
I see Mr. Gregg typing right now in his suit and tie.
I got you, I got you, Kayla. I'm here in the chat. I'm just looking for your
Thank you,
name so
Mr.
I can
Gregg.
send you a chat.
Thank you. So I
okay?
want to encourage all of our graduate class of 2021, please take a break. You guys have been on here all morning. I really appreciate it. I'm going to stop recording in a little bit, and I'm going to put on some music, and then we'll come back at 1 o'clock and listen to a couple more training providers that also have opportunities for you if you're just looking to upskill as you make that transition into the careers of your dreams. So I'm going to stop recording, and I'll see everyone back at 1 o'clock. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Grads to Careers.
Thanks, everyone. We appreciate you.
Record. Yes, thank you. I hope everyone enjoyed their 15-minute break. We're going to kick it off with Perscolis. Cherie, I think I saw you. So whenever you're ready. Yay, how are you?
Good.
I'm going to spotlight you. Happy Wednesday.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, you should be able. I made your code, so you should be ready to go. So we've had a long morning. We're really excited. We got a 15-minute break in, and we are so excited to hear about your amazing program at Perscolis. I'm going to kick it back over to you.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen, and I am going to present. Okay. Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Cherie Grover, and I am the manager of recruitment and admissions here for Perscolis Baltimore. I'm just going to go through a couple of slides just to give you an overall of who we are and who we serve. So we are a national organization that drives positive and proven social change in communities across the country. This is a rigorous course, and it's also tuition free along with professional development. We prepare individuals who are either unemployed or underemployed, so that's working part-time, for a successful career in technology. We are a 25-year-old organization. We started off in the Bronx, New York, and just been expanding very fast over the next, the past 25 years. Our Baltimore campus is one of the newest campus as of 2018. We were under our national capital down in Silver Spring, but Preschoolers realized that Baltimore is a major tech hub. So they decided to create our own campus here in Baltimore. We just added 2 new campuses this past March, one in Pittsburgh and another one in Seattle, and we will be in Phoenix by the end of this year. By the end of next year, we will have an additional 5 campuses nationwide. So, you know, if you are part of our Preschoolers family, you are part of a large network of Preschoolers grads nationally. Our model is a 3-part step. So we collaborate with corporations, organizations, government, and we just ask them, you know, what type of skills do you look for from an IT professional, right? Then we take that and we apply it to our classroom. So, so that's where you get your skills in the classroom, and then afterwards, we support you in your job search. You will have a career coach dedicated to you to make sure that you get a job in IT afterwards. So you are supported literally from the beginning to all the way to employment. So how does Preschoolers work? Currently, because of COVID-19, we are remote. So you are literally on a Zoom like this with your instructors and your cohort going through class. We make it as interactive as possible. Our class is from Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. for 12 weeks. So that's why we ask that, you know, you're either unemployed or underemployed, because this class for 3 months of your life is your full-time job. You will have 4 days dedicated to training. So we typically do lectures in the morning, and then in the afternoon, we do actually have hands-on lab. Through very generous donations, we have been gifted these small laptops called Raspberry Pi that every learner will get. So, and you know, when you're in your afternoon lab, you are actually working on different things about a computer. Then you will have 1 full day dedicated to professional development, and I'll get into that in a little bit. We do also have additional support. So not only do you have your Preschooler staff and your instructors, but we do have a team of social workers that, you know, if things, you know, happen to you, we have had, you know, learners who had COVID and, you know, had to deal with some family issues. We do have social workers, trained social workers to help you through your journey. So like I said, you are always supported through your journey here with Preschoolers. Our one course that we are offering in Baltimore is our IT support. This is going to be your entry level training. So like I said, it is 12 weeks hands-on training. When you graduate, you will have 2 certifications. You will have your CompTIA A+, which is a 2-part exam, and your Google IT, which is like self-guided. We've been gifted from Google to have this, our Google IT free for you. Also, we also cover the cost of the CompTIA A+ 2-part exams. With this particular course, you will go through a lot of different technical skills. I'm not going to read it all, but I know some things our current cohort is working on is like troubleshooting, data migration, mobile devices, and on a lot of different platforms like Linux, Windows, Google Apps. So you get a variety and an array of different experience in that 3 months. With these, like with this particular type of certification, you will get your entry level sort of job. So I like to say you will not come out being the CEO of Google. However, this is going to get you into the door. This is going to open up doors for you to get a job in IT. Most of our current graduates are doing a lot of like field tech, help desk support, troubleshooting. So like I said, they are out in the field doing the work. On average, this certification, like I said, on average, on a national average, you'll start with a $30,000 salary. Like I said, on average, I have seen people make more once they have graduated our course. But like I said, you would not come out being the CEO of Google, but this is going to get you into the door. Also, as well, you will have one day dedicated to professional development. So you can have all the IT training in the world, but if your resume is not looking great, we will help you. You will have, like I said, a dedicated career coach who will teach once a week different topics about, a 30-second pitch about yourself, your LinkedIn profile. So recruiters and employers can look at, your profile. We even have employers come in and do mock interviews with you to get you prepared for the work, like for the interview process. So you have 4 days of your training and then 1 day dedicated to professional development. So, the enrollment requirements are you just have to be 18 years or older. If you are 17 right now, if you decide to apply, definitely put your age, and I'll definitely look at it and have a conversation with you. But if you are interested at 17, definitely go ahead and apply. But you just have to be 18 years or older. You have to be either unemployed or underemployed. Have a high school diploma or something equal to that, like a GED. Be available for a 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday class. There is a reading and math assessment that you do have to pass. And then you just have to be a U.S. citizen or authorized to work in the United States. So I just want to give you a quick view of our admissions process. First, you just have to submit an application, then attend a virtual info session. After you attend the virtual info session, you will have to complete your basic reading and math assessments. Once you do that, you will have an interview with myself and somebody from our team, then have to pass a background check. We do background checks like an employer. So we want to make sure, like you said, like I said before, when you graduate, we want you to get a job right afterwards. And then after that, you will have a decision. So this process takes, I want to say on average, like a week and a half as well. I will be your point of contact. Our next class that is available is July 7th. And we also have a class in September and another class in October. And to be really honest, I am not sure if we're going to be remote for those later classes. I'm definitely going to be remote for our July class, but our September class or our October class is really still up in the air if we're going to be in class or remote. So thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions?
Our graduating class, if you have any questions, please feel free to put it in the chat or come off mute. I know, Sheree, some of the questions that I have, is there a cost for graduates to participate?
No, this is a free training. So a lot of companies, organizations, government has, believes in our program and has funded our program. So everything you will get, your textbook, your training, that Raspberry Pi that I talked about, it is all tuition free.
And do they receive a stipend if they successfully complete the course, or?
No, they do not.
Okay.
Like I said, our goal is to get them a job right afterwards. So I have seen graduates have a job before they graduate, because like I said, our career coach is supporting you through your job search. I have seen our graduates get a job right afterwards. And to be honest, we are in a pandemic, so a lot of employers are still in this weird space, and we still have graduates who are still in that job search. But and so like I said, but you have a dedicated career coach to help you get that job afterwards.
And could you just read, how long does the whole program take to complete?
12 weeks.
12 weeks. Awesome. So you said the students receive a mentor? Is that the professional career coach?
Yeah, that's the career coach.
Okay, awesome. And I think one of the questions that I get, just in like, even with like my previous experience in the nonprofit sector, like you and Empower, was just like, how can students identify if this is the right path, if IT is the right pathway for them?
Great question. I mean, I think from what I've been hearing is, people just try it out, right? We have people who have gone through the program, was like, IT is not for me. And that is okay, right? But they have that certification. I think, especially with this pandemic going on, a lot of people recognize that IT is where like life is going right now. Because we all went remote, right? So I think that, I encourage people to, do your research. There's a lot of YouTube videos out there. There's a lot of books out there. Do your research. If you know somebody in IT, ask them about their experience. And like, that's why you have this training course. You can always see if this program is, a good fit for you. I have some people I had one person who was in social work and decided to do this course, and somehow she mixed both and now is doing both passions. So I always say try, and you can always say this is not for me, and that is okay.
And it's 12 weeks and it's free, so it's like no hassle way to try out if IT is a good fit. And it's also, when you complete it, even if they don't decide to go into IT pathway, they have all these skills and certifications to add to their resume.
And you also have that professional development. So you have your updated resume, your updated LinkedIn profile. You have a 30-second pitch about yourself. If an employer comes and asks you, tell me about yourself, can you do that in 30 seconds? We help you craft that. So if you do not go into IT, you have all these other skills. And you also still have support from First Scholas afterwards.
That's super awesome. Thank you so much for being with us, Cherie, and thank you for the presentation. I don't know if you want to put any information in the chat for students to follow up with you.
Okay,
totally appreciate it. Thank you for being with us today.
Not a problem. Have a good one, everybody.
You too. So I don't know if Power 52 Foundation was supposed to be up next. I don't see anyone from there. If you are here, please chime up. But if not, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Evans, who's been willing to take this one for us. Unless you changed your mind.
No, I'm still here. I have only gotten one thing. One of my, hold on, I want to share. Okay, it's coming. And
You have, I need to make you a co-host 1 second.
Oh, that would help.
Yep.
just a little bit, just a little.
You should be set, and I'll put the information they shared in the chat as well as you go.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so officially, I'm getting ready to start to share. All right, so can you see my screen? No, because I didn't click share yet. Let's try this. How's that work?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what Power 52 Energy Solutions is. Does the number 52 remind anyone of anything? The number 52. This person may have a statue somewhere downtown near M&T Bank. You can come off mute if you know who I might be talking about.
Is it Lewis?
It is Ray Lewis.
Okay, so, I was like, okay.
Yep, it is Ray Lewis. So Ray Lewis and another gentleman actually came up, and he's the vice president. The other gentleman is the president of what is called Power 52 Energy Solutions. And just from this picture, you can kind of see it's all about solar paneling and moving forward and becoming a little bit more energy efficient through the solar powering and sustainable solutions. So there's a couple of clients that they've worked with before. Some of these you may know. This is who I work for. But BG&E, the city of Baltimore, they even traveled as far as Florida A&M. Let me show you. There's another one, a couple more. Yep. And then the last one I want to show you may look familiar too, Under Armour. So they are all around in the city, but also if you're interested in traveling, because they are doing solar paneling, you know, a good person for this would be somebody who's not scared of heights or who can manage being up high. Because it's going to be on top of roofs and things such as that. Uh-oh. So out of the business itself that they actually apply the solar powers to buildings and such, they have what is a foundation. The foundation that they have includes the training portion of it. Sorry, I went back too far. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Yeah, you know. Oh, okay. So I'll find it again to bring it back up. But the actual training they provide training. It's over an 11-week period. The training, the next class is going to be March 22nd. So sorry, it was March 22nd. So they will have one coming up in the spring. There are online. Hold on, I'm going to stop sharing my screen for 1 second so I can catch back up. So when I moved it over, I didn't pull over it.
I just wanted to highlight just how big an industry Green Careers is. It's like is a booming industry, right? So just the number of job opportunities now and in the future for this role.
Absolutely. I found it. All righty. So here we are, training programs. So Power 52 Energy Institute. There we are. Okay, maybe not. I am so sorry. I had all this ready and then moved it to a different screen and it's over. So I'll just talk about it. So they have classes. Their classes are Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 3:30. It's a total of 320 clock hours. During that time, you'll get multiple certifications, one including your OSHA 10, which you will be able to take that anywhere that there's construction. So you'll be able to sit for your board for that. Sit for your certification for your OSHA 10. The other thing that you'll gain from this is that the foundation and the training part, they already have on the business side of it, they already have contracts. So as part of your training, then you'll be able to move right into one of their programs. So I do want to mention that there is a drug testing because we can't have anybody falling off any buildings. So just be mindful of that. The other thing is, I think I finally got it, guys. I'm so sorry. So the other thing is that they also, what I like, have the life skills part. The life skills part of the program there we go. So the life skill part is about 20 hours. It was very important for Ray Lewis and his partner to make sure that particularly young folks, so you guys, you're actually the age group that they're looking for, but they want to make sure that you had some life skills, self-awareness, things such as, how to handle difficult situations, practicing proper etiquette, how to communicate well, in addition to conflict resolution, getting familiar with computers, and also financial literacy, because for some of you, this will be your first job. So financial literacy is very important. And what that basically means is, I have a job, I need to cash my check. How do I cash my check? Setting up a bank account, not overdrawing the bank account, making sure you know how to balance now it's a virtual checkbook, but making sure you know how to balance your checkbook and your finances. And then they go into getting the job and then how to keep the job. So all of these are also part of the program as well. I think Adenike is going to put the information as far as the link into the chat, but are there any questions from me about Power 52? I can give a little bit more information. I wasn't quite sure what somebody may be interested in, but I can do that. Oh, also Tesla. So Tesla, Power 50, how does this translate? So Power 52 gives you the solar panel installation training. Tesla also has solar paneling. I know we know about the cars that are really expensive and things such as that, but they also have a solar panel installation as well. So this would be a good way to get into Tesla and buy Miss Shay a car. Okay, thank you. Any questions for me?
I love it. You deserve a Tesla. My daughter wants one and she doesn't even know how to drive yet. So
yeah,
it's all good.
I think, well, by the time she can really start driving and maybe able to drive by herself, I feel like things are parking by themselves now. At least she'll be able to park.
Thank you so much, Ms. Evans.
Thank you.
So the next company that we had was St. Vincent de Paul of Baltimore. I'm not sure if anyone is here from there, but I am going to put their information in the chat. If all of our students who are interested in hospitality or culinary, this is a great training program that you might want to consider. I do have a slide for them just in case they weren't able to be present here today. And so they have 2 training opportunities for our graduating seniors. They have a career connections, which is really around the soft skills and the tools that you will need for your job search. They also provide like internships and employment services. They also have a next course program, and this is a 12-week course for students who are interested in working in a kitchen or the food service industry. I've put their contact information in the chat. For more information, please make sure to reach out to them directly, and their phone number is on the screen, so please be sure to take a screenshot of the screen in front of you to reach out to them if you are interested in a career in the food service industry and getting the needed certifications to be able to launch your career in that industry. I do see Miss Michelle with us from Associated Builders and Contractors of Greater Baltimore, and so I'm going to stop sharing and I'm going to turn it over to her. Thank you so much, Ms. Butt, for being with us today.
Well, thank you for having me. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? And how much time do I have? I think originally it was 10 minutes.
You have 10 minutes, yeah.
Oh, great. Thank you. So I just would be mindful of our time frame. So I'm Michelle Butt, Senior Vice President for the Associated Builders and Contractors of Greater Baltimore. ABC is a national trade association. We have approximately 70 offices, and of course, I'm with the Baltimore office. And we've been offering apprenticeship training since the late 1950s. We currently have an apprenticeship program for 8 different trades. We have electrical, plumbing, carpentry, sheet metal, HVAC, sprinkler fitting, pipe fitting, and a new drywall program. So in apprenticeship in construction, you have to work when you become an apprentice in our program, you have to work full-time as an apprentice in your chosen trade. And then you go to apprenticeship classes 2 nights a week. Now, our facility and our headquarters are in Baltimore City on Biddle Street in East Baltimore. We moved there in September. And we do the majority of our training right at that facility. We have a satellite training center, which is right near Ravens Stadium in Baltimore City. So very central locations for training. But an apprentice, again, would work full-time in their chosen trade, go to school at night, 2 nights a week. Our classes are normally like Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday evenings from 5 to 8, or maybe 5:30 to 8:30. And that's the beauty of an apprenticeship program, because it's an earn while you learn, working, getting a full-time paycheck while getting your education. At the end of the 4-year apprenticeship, the apprentices would earn a credential from the state of Maryland, because we're an approved program by the Maryland Department of Labor. So after 4 years of training, the apprentice successfully completes classroom and 8,000 hours of on-the-job training. They will earn a completion certificate from the state of Maryland. And it's very important, just, a message to all those online today, that when you're seeking out any type of training program, always ask, what government issued credential will I earn when I complete the training? And that's very important. You want to make sure that you're earning a government issued credential. And with our program, we're recognized by not just the state of Maryland, but also the U.S. Department of Labor. So also graduates of our training program earn 24 college credits with CCBC. That stands for the Community College of Baltimore County. So a lot of our graduating apprentices will continue working for the contractor, and now they're at what we call a journeyman level or journeyman status, meaning they've completed apprenticeship and now they're going into the master phase of their trade. And a lot of them will continue their education with CCBC and end up in a short period of time earning Associate's of Arts degree while they're working full-time, going to school part-time now in construction management. So in construction, you do not have to have a college degree to be successful. You can start out with the apprenticeship program and then move into being a master of your craft. And then you can learn right with the company that you're working for on the job training. You can learn to be a project manager, an estimator, or superintendent, or even open your own or own your own construction company someday. And there's not a whole lot of industries out there which an individual can just go open up their own business, but then be very successful. Construction is one that you can be very successful in. And there's such a shortage of skilled workers in our industry. We've been experiencing that for a number of years, and that shortage continues. So the doors are wide open and lots of opportunities for individuals that are interested in going into construction. But again, you start with the apprenticeship program. It is up to each individual contractor. We have over 150 contractors using our apprenticeship program currently, and each has their own individual benefit package. So that's something I can't speak for them about, but depending on who you work for, not only would you be getting your wages, but you'll be getting some sort of benefit package. And you will find that the contractors in general will pay for your education for the apprenticeship program. I also want to mention, new this year is ABC Greater Baltimore is starting a trade school. And that program might work well for the people that maybe aren't ready to commit to the 4-year apprenticeship program, but really want to try out a particular trade and learn some basic skills. So ABC Baltimore, again, is partnering with the Community College of Baltimore County, and we're going to have what they're calling a trade school. It's going to start this September. It starts on September 13th, so they're starting to take applications now. And this program is designed where people, again, with little to no experience, can learn very basics, earn some safety certifications that are recognized by the contractors, by our industry, and learn some skills, and then decide whether they want to commit or go into a full-time job and commit to the 4-year apprenticeship. And they've designed this program that if you stick with it, it's a fall and spring semester. So you would attend the trade school fall of 2021, and then your second semester would be in spring of 2022. And if you complete successfully, they would grant you 1 year's classroom credit towards your apprenticeship program. So it's a way that you could seamlessly go into the apprenticeship program, and ABC would help find you a job with a contractor. So that's something else to consider. Does anyone have any questions? I want to be mindful of my time and not go overboard.
I think one question that students might find helpful, does completing the apprenticeship mean entering to a union? Like, what is how do apprenticeships and unions kind of work together, especially for the trade apprenticeship?
Well, the ABC apprenticeship program, we're a non-union, or also known as a non-joint program. So when you're looking at apprenticeship programs, an individual can seek and choose either a union or a non-union program. So we happen to be a non-union program. I've been with ABC for almost 45 years. So this has been my whole career. And I was just going to say, if people are interested in learning more about union programs, I would check out the websites, or maybe have some speakers from those groups as well, because they can tell you what they have to offer. But you're going to find very similar, where their program is approved by the state and federal government as well, earning credentials. And I'm sure they partner with the community colleges in the area. But again, they would have to fill you in on more details what they have to offer. Plus, with the union programs, I can tell you, when you apply to them, each union runs separate, their locals are separate. So when you apply to a union program, they're only going to offer one trade. Like if you want to be a plumber and you want to be a union plumber, you would apply to the plumber's local. They're each individual locals having trades represented, where with ABC, you can apply to our apprenticeship program. And as I mentioned, we offer multiple trades. So that's a little bit of a difference, but the end results you're going to find are going to be the same, their certificates of completion. But as far as their application process and such, you'd have to contact the union folks. Speaking of the application process, I think it's very applicant friendly, as I call it, especially with all the guidelines that we've had to take on this past year dealing with the pandemic. So with ABC Apprenticeship, you can submit your application via our website. And when I'm done, I'll go ahead and type this information into the chat. But our website is abcbaltimore.org. So you can submit the application online. And when you go to the application page, the applicant would see they have to submit a few documents to us. And when we receive those documents, and they are complete and the application's been submitted online, then ABC would contact the applicant for an interview. Most interviews this past year obviously have been virtual. We're starting to open up and do things a little bit more face-to-face now, but I'm sure if an applicant would want a virtual interview, we could arrange that. But you would be interviewed, and if you're accepted at the interview, they'll let you know that day, accepted or not. Most of our applicants at this point are accepted. We would give you a list of contractors that participate in our apprenticeship program and hire for the trade that you're applying for. And that's why it's important when you apply for apprenticeship, you have to know what specific trade that you want to apply for. But at the end of the interview, the interviewer would give you a list of those contractors that participate in our program. So the job of or I should say the responsibility of the applicant is to find a job with one of those companies. And that's usually not a very hard thing to do, because there's such a shortage of skilled workers and everybody's hiring and has openings. So they would start working for the contractor, and then they would start their apprenticeship classes in the following September. So each September we start a new group of apprentices. So if you're hired in July, working full-time for the contractor, then you would start apprenticeship classes in September. If you get a job with a company, and let's say it's November, you'd start working full-time with the company, you would just wait till the following September to start your apprenticeship classes.
And for the application process, is there any like background checks, drug screening, or age requirements or anything like that?
Not from the apprenticeship program. Now, some of your employers will require drug screening, background check, or whatever. So in some cases, yes, the companies that are hiring you will require that. The only other thing that ABC requires as far as testing goes is going to be, we do give all our qualified applicants, meaning those that are accepted and going to work for contractors, we give them a math assessment, and we need to assess their math to make sure that coming into apprenticeship, the individual has mastered basic mathematics. So basic mathematics is add, subtract, multiply, divide, whole numbers, fractions, decimals, and reading a tape measure. That's very important in working in construction, all trades. That's a universal tool, very important one. You have to be able to read a tape measure. So we administer this test, and if the individual doesn't pass the math test, we still let them start our apprenticeship program, but we do require them to take a remedial math course. It's 30 hours. And we have math instructors that try to keep these classes as small as possible to give the students all the help and the attention they need. And what we find out is 99.9% of the people that take the course get the refresher that they need to go ahead and continue in the apprenticeship program. So we don't want to scare people and think that, oh my gosh, I have to take a math test. If you don't pass it, and a lot of our applicants don't, we'll keep you in the apprenticeship program. It just means you're just going to have to take the math course to bring those skills up to the level they need to be.
That's awesome. Would a student need a car, or like what does transportation look like for like apprenticeship and then onwards for a career in these industries?
Excellent question. Transportation is a must. So the apprentices are responsible for the transportation to and from work and to and from apprenticeship school. And I've heard contractors say this, to their employees: we don't care how you get to work, but you have to be to work on time every day. And the same thing with apprenticeship school. You have to be at school on time every day. We only allow for 4 absences from apprenticeship school per school year. And the reason we do that is the state has a regulation that all apprentices have to have 144-hour minimum seat time in the classroom. Or this past year, of course, it was virtual learning. That's why we use the Zoom platform like we're using today, because we needed to see our students. They needed to see the instructor. So that's a state requirement that we have to, that's why we have to have that law concerning absenteeism. So, and our students have to have a 70 or better average to pass each school year. So with us, anything below 70% is a failing grade. But transportation, very important.
Thank you so much, Ms. Michelle. Are there any other pointers that you want to, any application pointers or words of wisdom or tips you want to give our graduating seniors as they consider this as a career pathway?
Well, first of all, I want to say hi to all those graduating seniors, and I applaud you. It's been a tough year. You worked really hard. I know you're anxious. There's a lot going on, big decisions to make, but please consider an apprenticeship program. And again, I'm going to type in my contact information, and I'll be happy to send a electronic copy of our brochures. And maybe if you wanted to send that out to any students that were interested, that would be great.
Thank you so much. We would love to do that. So thank you so much, Ms. Michelle. And she's going to put her contact information in the chat. Next up, we have the Baltimore Alliance for Careers in Healthcare, and I see Ms. Kiera, so I'm going to pass it on to her.
Wonderful. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to pull up my screen and just let me know if you can see it, okay? Can you see that okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, once again, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me. My name is Kira McCarthy, and I'm the Apprenticeship Program Manager at an organization called the Baltimore Alliance for Careers in Healthcare. And so we're a nonprofit organization and workforce intermediary. So our goal is to help connect individuals like yourselves to jobs and career pathways within healthcare. So we do that by speaking with a lot of the healthcare institutions and hospitals in Baltimore City and Baltimore County, and hearing about their hiring needs, and then building training programs and apprenticeship programs around those needs, so that upon successful completion of a program, you are guaranteed permanent employment. And we also partner with educational institutions to offer our programs to ensure that they do include certification and nationally recognized certification. So specifically, we've worked with the Community College of Baltimore County. And just to sort of note there that doesn't, just because it's with CCBC, it doesn't exclude people who live in Baltimore City. That's just where the classes tend to be held, but everyone is welcome. So I know you've heard a lot about apprenticeships today, so I don't need to go too in depth into the model itself. Just to say that, of course, all the programs that I'll talk about today are earn while you learn. So the idea is that you'll undergo a standard kind of interview process with an employer, and they make the final decision on who's selected for a program. And then once you are selected, you would work under the direction of a mentor who is going to really kind of help you think through the role and help you apply the skills that you're learning on the job. And then simultaneously, you're going to complete classroom coursework. And so our programs do on average last about 12 months. So because of that, there's built-in wage increases. So at a certain kind of benchmark you'll undergo an evaluation with your mentor. And at that point, they're going to check and make sure that you've successfully completed all of the related instruction class up to that point, as well as demonstrated successful kind of competency or skill in the different job functions that are required. And if you have, then you'll be rewarded for that with a wage increase. And that really makes sure that the skills that you're using on the job, you're being compensated for. And then, like I just heard Michelle say, I do think one of the real benefits of apprenticeship programs are that they are nationally recognized credentials. So, no matter if these programs are leading you to permanent employment with the employer that you've been training with, but they also are leading you to certification that you can use for any employer who kind of recognizes that. So I think that's an important point. So in terms of the occupations that we sponsor healthcare apprenticeships in, these are those. So I'll talk through them just very briefly, and then if you have questions on them, I can go in more detail. So the environmental care supervisor apprenticeship is focused on managing a team of associates who are maintaining the cleanliness and sterilization of the hospital. So they'll do a lot of kind of housekeeping responsibilities, and then a lot of customer service, interacting with patients and families who are coming in. And there is cleaning involved in the role as well. And then the surgical technologist, they are working in the operating room with the operating team. They help prepare patients for surgery. And they also pass instruments during surgery they keep kind of surgery running smoothly. They maintain the sterilization and decontamination of the entire operating room. So like if you ever see healthcare related TV shows where they talk about scrubbing in and things like that, the surgical tech is making sure that all of that is happening so that surgeries are safe. And then the licensed practical nurse works under the direction of a registered nurse or physician, and they are responsible for really making sure that the patient is comfortable. They oftentimes work in long-term care facilities like Genesis Healthcare, and they'll do a lot of things like administering medicine, taking samples, doing assessments of the patient, anything like that, just ensuring the patient's comfort. And then the central sterile processing tech is responsible for cleaning the instruments after they're used in surgery, and just making sure that they're sterilized and decontaminated as needed. Again, making sure to prevent any infections during surgery. And then finally, our newest program is the medical assistant. And medical assistants tend to work in a lot of like community physicians' offices, maybe. They're the ones who usually get you prepared to meet with the provider. So they might check you in, schedule your appointment, contact insurance companies, take vital signs, lots of different kind of basic patient intake related things to kind of get you prepared to meet with the provider. Okay, so if you're interested in any of those programs, the baseline eligibility for our apprenticeship program is that you must be 18 years or older. You must be a Maryland resident, but like I said, you don't need to specifically live in Baltimore City or Baltimore County. You just need to live in the state of Maryland. You need to have a high school diploma or GED completed. So I know you're right on track. And so that is going to be a critical piece of the application. You need to be authorized to work in the United States, and that would include passing a background check and drug screening, because it's often required by the participating employers. And then you do need reliable transportation. As you know, the program will run both at a job site and at school. So in certain days of the week, you might need to go to both in the same day. So making sure you can get to both locations is going to be important. And you do need access to a computer and Wi-Fi, especially over the past year. A lot of the programs have moved part of the related instruction online. And then if you're interested, you will immediately take a reading and math assessment. It's called the CASAS assessment, and it's testing for an 8th grade reading and math level. And that is like a baseline requirement for the program. Okay, so if you're interested, you would actually email me and we would have you wait on our recruitment list. And then when we were actively recruiting for a cohort, we would reach out to you and give you all the details about that specific cohort, the wage information, the location, the schedule, everything like that. And if you were still interested, you would take that in-person reading and math assessment. And if you passed that, then you would do a pre-screening interview with myself or our career coach. And we would just sort of help prepare you for the interview. And then you would interview with the employer partner. And they, again, make the final decision on who's selected. So if you're selected, then we'll help you complete all of those sort of onboarding requirements like the background check and drug screening, and get registered for classes so that you could start the apprenticeship. Okay, so just a couple last details about our program. I know I don't want to run over my time here. Again, it is Earn While You Learn. There's no cost associated with tuition fees and books of the program. All of that is going to be covered. The only place that participants might accrue cost is anything related to parking and transportation, or in purchasing uniforms. And then the program is competency-based, which means that participants are going to progress as they demonstrate mastery of the specific skills, like we talked about. So those evaluations and the completion of the program is really based on demonstration of the skills. It's not time-based. And yeah, participants will earn industry recognized credentials. And so some of the benefits of apprenticeship, again, you're really just going to be able to gain this nationally recognized certification without having to pay high costs at all. And during that time, you're also going to be working on the job and you're going to get hands-on work experience. You're going to be paid a living wage during that time, and also have access to other benefits like paid time off and vacation and things like that. So upon successful completion of the program, on average, participants make about $19.27 per hour. And we do have a career coach, and her information will be on this next slide. So she can help from anything from kind of just talking through different career goals with you to applying for our apprenticeship program, and kind of beyond. So just sort of something else to note in terms of services. Okay, so this is the last slide. This is my contact information. I'm Kira McCarthy. You're welcome to email me if you're interested or you have some specific questions. And then this is our career coach, Namika Mahmoudi. And then up here, this is just a link to Maryland Labor's website. And I know this whole day is about apprenticeships, so you're hearing a lot about apprenticeships, but I really do think it's a great option to consider. And it's really a unique opportunity to get hands-on experience. Maybe you're interested in a position, but you're not sure if you want to commit to it long-term. I think apprenticeships are an awesome choice. So I'm happy to take any questions if there's additional time.
So Kira, I hope I'm saying your name correctly.
Yeah.
So I didn't realize that you covered the tuition and everything for students. So how many college credits would a student have at the end of this that they don't even have to, that they just get free?
Yeah, so most of the programs, except for the licensed practical nurse program, are on the non-credit side of the college. They're like workforce development programs.
Okay.
So they're industry recognized credentials though. So like surgical technologist, central sterile processing tech, medical assistant, they just don't require on the credit side of the college credits. So you'll take all of the other, like all of the classes required for certification. And then the licensed practical nurse program, it's a 1-year program. And I don't remember the total number of credits off the top of my head, but all of the programs on average are gonna save several $1,000s for participants to complete.
That's really awesome. Thank you so much. I don't know if any of our graduating seniors who are interested in the field of healthcare have any questions. You can put them in the chat. Kira, I don't know if you want to go back to the slide with your contact information.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Please be sure to take a screenshot so that you can reach out to her afterwards. Her contact information is also in the booklet that we shared before today's recruitment fair. So please reach out. This seems like a great opportunity, especially if you're interested in healthcare. How would I know if I'm interested, if healthcare is the right field for me?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of people who are interested in, we sort of hear a lot about being interested in helping people and really wanting a career that's rewarding. And I don't think that there's, I mean, especially right now, what we're seeing, it's like, there's no career more rewarding than healthcare and being able to really support somebody and support families and kind of support the entire operation of ensuring someone's health and well-being. So I think it's a really admirable career to be pursuing, and it's also a really sustainable career. There's always going to be jobs in healthcare, and in Baltimore, there are a lot of different healthcare institutions. So it's kind of a great career path to start in, I think.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your presentation today and this opportunity for our young people. So thank you for that. I know I see Center for Urban Families here. So Kate, I'm going to make you our spotlight and turn it over to you. Hold on, I made the wrong person spotlight. 1 second. Hi, Tiffany, though. Go ahead, Kate.
Thank you. I'm just trying to share my screen. Hold on. Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kate Wolfson, and I work at Center for Urban Families. For those of you who are not familiar with the center, we are located in West Baltimore on the corner of North Monroe Street and Windsor, which is behind the Joseph H. Brown Funeral Home and diagonally across the street from
Hey, Kate, can I pause you for a second?
Yeah,
I totally skipped order.
Oh, okay.
Goodwill goes next, which is why probably Tiffany came on the screen. I apologize.
Yeah, no problem.
And I want to honor our schedule.
Absolutely.
Yes, I completely apologize. But thank you for being ready to go. Tiffany, I apologize. You are on. I don't know if I can't hear you though.
I was muted. I apologize.
Okay, no problem. No
Hi,
problem.
everyone.
So we're going to turn it over to Goodwill, and then we'll go to Center for Urban Families. I apologize about that. But thank you, Goodwill, for being with us today.
Thank you for having us. Give me just one moment and I'll be sharing my screen. So also I have with me here today is my colleague, Ms. Christy Mariner, and she'll just be fielding questions as well. So I've shared my screen. So here we have Goodwill Industries. We are located in downtown Baltimore, where our building is. Currently, we are doing all of our operations virtually with our training opportunities. So we do look forward to serving you. So our mission statement: Goodwill Industries of the Chesapeake prepares people to serve and secure and retain employment and build successful independent lives. We'll go into our skill training. So with our training menu, we do have state and national industry recognized certifications. With our service delivery, we offer virtual facilitator, self-paced video lessons, and blended learning. Once you complete, you are able to have the digital badges that are delivered electronically, as well as any certificates. So first we'll talk about retail management training. That's a 6-week training program for persons interested in advancing their careers. And persons that are interested in advancing their careers in the business of retail. You're going to learn about the best practices for selling and service, human resources, operational management, financial reporting, merchandising, and more. Next, we talk about our sales and customer service training. That's the 2-week National Retail Federation certification, and it's going to focus on mastering customer service, engaging customers, and closing sales. So what we're talking about during that training are customer service and sales, product knowledge, company needs, and company brand. And both of those are through our National Retail Federation, along with the Retail Fundamentals. Retail Fundamentals is the basics, kind of a just basic entry level for those fundamentals, whereas the customer service and the retail management build upon that. So you do get some of the basic skills, but the sales and merchandising as well, customer service, and inventory management. So this is an entry level training, so you're understanding the industry and the diverse career path. The next training we have is our pharmacy technician training. This is a 16-week pharmacy pre-certification program. There's 12 weeks of classroom training, which includes pharmacy theory, pharmacy calculations, and CPR. The pharmacy theory and calculations are virtual. CPR is on site for that 1-day training class. And then we have our 4 weeks clinical experience at a CVS pharmacy location, which is also on site. And that is meeting that 160-hour state requirement. High school diploma or GED is required, as well as there are background and medical screenings required for the pharmacy technician opportunity. Next, we have our Microsoft Technology Associate. This is an entry-level self-paced IT training for 12 weeks in the areas of infrastructure, database, administration, and developer. The course selections that we have available are networking, security, Windows operating system, database, Python, HTML and CSS, JavaScript, and more. And these opportunities are working and preparing for those basic entry-level IT positions or help desk positions. Next, we have Microsoft Office Specialist. So this is allowing you to enhance your skills, becoming a master level user of Microsoft Office Suite by acquiring the certifications that are in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access, and Outlook. And the digital literacy assessment is required before entry to that. And I do apologize as we go back to the MTA and Pharmacy Tech, those also do require educational assessment known as the TABE in reading, language, and math for entry. Next, we have the Department of Transportation Flagger. This is through the American Traffic Safety Services Association, providing instruction and simulations to obtain a flagger certification. During this time, you'll be able to gain mastery in traffic zones, flagging stations, safety factors, traffic controls, and flagging equipment. We have ServSafe. This is an online self-paced food handling certification offered by the National Restaurant Association. You're acquiring skills in basic food safety, personal hygiene, time and temperature, cleaning, sanitation, cross-contamination, and allergens. And generally at this point with everything on, that has been something that a lot of restaurants or food service industries are requiring at this time. So next we talk about job placement. So we talked about the training, those things we offer. Now looking at how those trainings can assist you in being able to obtain employment. That happens through our Career Services Department. We have individualized career counseling, job search and placement assistance, linkages to industries and employers, hiring events and job fairs, as well as an employment retention service, because we want you to not only gain the job, but be able to maintain that job throughout, as well as have that career advancement that's going to help you be successful long-term. We also offer temporary and temp to perm and some direct hires through our tailored staffing service, which is a temporary agency. And these positions can vary. So they're temporary, some can be as minimal as 1 to 2 days, some can be 2 weeks where someone is out due to illness, some can be temp to perm where they're looking to have you for a short term and then be able to hire you. So it's kind of like your temporary opportunity is a working interview. The industries that we staff are administrative, entry-level IT, hospitality, retail, logistics, industrial, state contracts, customer service, and more. So the registration process. With our registration, they are currently being completed remotely, and that's via phone. You're able to complete registration Monday through Friday between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. The number that you can call is listed here, as well as the email. You can contact myself to get started with that process. Generally, with the intake process, it takes about 45 minutes. We're going to ask some personal and demographic information, as well as answer any questions that you have about our training, and then give you the information that you are required, whether that be the prerequisite testing or enrollment, or if that is getting the enrollment and your start dates and register for the next step. Thank you all so much. If there's any questions at this time.
So graduates, if you have any questions, please feel free to come off mute. You can also put it in the chat. You can also take a screenshot of the slide that Ms. Tiffany has on the screen to be able to follow up with all the amazing programs and services that Goodwill has. Tiffany, I don't know if you have any closing words or words of wisdom to share with our graduates as they get ready to graduate.
Well, definitely, I think now is a wonderful time that you're starting out. You have so many opportunities, as you see, with all of the great organizations here to offer you. So definitely take your time, but do take action to be able to be successful in your choices. And again, if you're not certain what you're interested in, I know that was a lot of information. You can definitely reach out and ask any questions. So definitely congratulations, Greg.
Thank you so much. And they don't need anything to register, right? They just need to call you or send an email, correct? And you will take care of the rest.
You don't need anything to register, but as we're looking at the employment piece, you do want to make sure that you have your identification. Like I said, for the training, that won't stop you. but your goal is employment. So you need to have those that I-9 identification to be able to move forward in the employment process, which is your state ID or your social security card or your passport. So with those items, and we can discuss it more in detail, but if you know that you don't have those things, go ahead and start to work towards getting them, because you'll need that for any employment opportunity.
And I was going to call on one of our graduating seniors because I think this would be a great opportunity for her, but I'm also not going to put her on the spot. But if your name begins with a K and your last name begins with a B, I think this would be an awesome opportunity for you. So please reach out to Miss Tiffany and Miss Christie. I think your wraparound, I think Goodwill has amazing wraparound services, and that employment connection is really awesome. So thank you guys so much for all that you do.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Kate, now that I've got myself back in order, I'm going to turn it back over to you again. And I apologize, and I thank you for your flexibility and patience with us, or with me, because I'm the one that made the mistake.
It's not a problem. I'm back. So my name's Kate Wolfson. I work at Center for Urban Families. CFUF is located at 2201 North Monroe Street, which is on the corner of Monroe and Windsor. Our building is currently closed, and we are offering all of our services virtually. So for those of you not familiar with the center, we were founded in 1999 by Joe Jones. He was working at the health department at the time and felt like there were a lot of services that focused on mothers in Baltimore, but none on fathers. And so prior to starting CFUF, he created a fatherhood program, and then he got permission to bring it over to the center along with the Strive program, which is a training that's out of New York. And I'll tell you more about that in a few minutes. Oh, I want to go back. So the mission of the center is to help fathers and families in urban communities and to achieve stability and economic success. And so everything that we do revolves around that. And we have a new strategy that started in 2019 called the All-In strategy. So previously, all of our programs had case managers that were dedicated to each program. So if you were a member, and we call everyone who participates in our programs and completes them members, because we want people to feel like they're a part of something, and it means something to be part of CFUF. So the All-In strategy brought all of the case managers together so that you have one case manager instead of a case manager for each program that you're in. But we have an open door policy with all of our staff. So we all work together to wrap around our members and make sure that they have the things that they need. The All-In strategy also focuses a lot on case management and barrier removal. So we start with early case management after you complete intake and provide case management for a minimum of 5 years. And we do an assessment that focuses on barriers to see what you need assistance with. That includes childcare, child support, any criminal record that you might have, transportation, education, anything going on with your family and relationships. And so we really look at all of that and try to attach people to resources for the things that we don't do and provide the assistance that we can provide through the center as well. So in order to enroll in our programs, you go through intake, which is being done virtually right now. It involves what would normally take place in person is completing an application, multiple assessments, some consent forms, and things like that. And all of that is being done virtually. So you get connected to one of our intake specialists, and they conduct an interview over the phone that usually takes 30 to 45 minutes. And they enter all of the information in our database. And then you get referred to whatever programs you're interested in. So under family services right now, we have our Baltimore Responsible Fatherhood Services, which is not because you're not a good dad, just because we can all be better at everything. So it's for fathers and father figures. So if you have a significant other who has a child that you're helping to raise, or a sibling or a cousin or nephew, then you would qualify for that program. And it's currently being offered virtually in the afternoons for 4 weeks every day from 3 to 5 o'clock. And it focuses just on different tools and skills. So communication, co-parenting, parenting, healthy relationships, financial literacy, domestic violence, just a lot of different things that come up when parenting. And we have speakers that come in. Anybody who has child support, we have somebody from the Baltimore City Office of Child Support who comes in. And I think this is a really great opportunity for fathers and father figures to enhance their parenting skills. And then in the economic success department, our primary flagship training is Strive, which I mentioned briefly earlier. That is was started in Harlem, New York in the mid 80s. And it focuses on job readiness, but also there's a lot of personal reflection and team building. By the time you complete, you have a resume, you've done mock interviews with real employers. Some of the employers actually hire during mock interviews. That is for, I should say, all of our programs, you have to be 18. And so Strive is for 18 to 62, and fatherhood, there's not really a cap. And so Strive takes place during the day. And normally when we're in the building, it's from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and you have to wear a suit for 3 weeks. So while it's on Zoom, it's Monday through Friday for 3 weeks. Typically you're on Zoom from 9 to no later than 12 or 12:30. But there are homework assignments almost every day. Essays, sometimes internet research. Sometimes there are research projects where you have to produce something or do a presentation. I think after you guys have completed high school, it's not going to be hard for you to do the homework. But it's a great program and a great opportunity that will get you connected to some other things that we have going on that are only open to Strive graduates. The next fatherhood class starts on June 8th, and the next Strive class starts on June 4th. For Strive, you don't have to wear a suit on Zoom, but we do ask that you dress professionally. So button-down shirt, a tie, and you can only see people from the waist up on Zoom. So it is about professionalism, but again, it opens a lot of opportunities. So I'm going to tell you about one of them. So this is our fatherhood flyer. Again, I mentioned June 8th, July 13th, and August 10th are our next start dates. It always starts on the Tuesday after the Strive class, and there are people who do both at the same time. And then our next Strive dates are June 4th, July 9th, and August 6th. For Strive, there are financial incentives. There's a point system where you can earn a financial incentive at the end. With Strive, the goal obviously is to help you get employment. And so we have 2 people on staff who are employment specialists. Their entire job is to network with local employers that pay more than minimum wage, and they meet with you after you graduate to help connect you with employment. We're strong believers in a person-centered approach. So we want to connect you with the type of employment that you want. We're not going to tell you what to do or what you should be doing. We want you to tell us what you're interested in, and then we're going to help find connections for you. And as I mentioned earlier, all of our programs come with a minimum of 5 years of case management. So an opportunity that I think many of you might be interested in for Strive graduates is Baltimore Boost. So again, you have to be a Strive graduate, but Baltimore Boost is an opportunity to earn free occupational skills certifications. It's a partnership with Baltimore City Community College, and the areas that we focus on are human services, which is a community health worker training, healthcare, where we have CNA, GNA. If you already have your CNA, GNA, or if you want to go further than that, you can do multi-scale med tech or patient care tech, where you will get a CNA, GNA along the way, but continue on your training. EMT, if you're interested in paramedics, and pharmacy tech. All of them are free, and we connect you directly to the school and follow you through the program and provide additional support and barrier removal during the actual training. For those of you who are interested in pursuing post-secondary education in those fields, then we can also help you fill out your FAFSA and get you connected to college programs afterwards. There are 3 other certification areas: transportation and logistics, which is warehouse logistics, CDLB, warehouse logistics, CDLB, and diesel mechanic. And then we also have construction management and cybersecurity. So again, all of those are free for the occupational skills training, and then we can help you apply for financial aid if you would like to go to college in those areas. And that is for Strive graduates. So during our case management, I mentioned barrier removal. So we do a lot, we provide a lot of different supports outside of our programming, but they're specifically for people who are enrolled in our programs or have completed. So we help with free expungement. We are a VITA site for free tax preparation. Our site just closed for that, but we open every year. We have a clothing closet. So if you want to participate in Strive, but you don't have a button-down shirt, there's a good possibility that we'll have your size in the building. And even though the building is closed, you can stop by and pick it up. We have a home ownership assistance program for graduates. We have a partnership with BCCC for GED classes that we can get you connected to. Obviously, you guys probably won't need that, but if you know anybody who does, then we can connect you with that. We have free tutoring. So if you want to do Baltimore Boost, but you need some assistance with like medical terminology or pharmacy calculations, we can connect you with a tutor, typically who is a college student right now. We do offer limited transportation assistance in the form of bus tokens, primarily for people who have completed Strive and got a job, but don't have the money to pay for transportation for the first 2 weeks until they get paid. We do provide limited assistance on a case-by-case basis with client emergencies. So we've helped people pay for their BG&E if they're graduates. Typically that type of assistance is only for graduates, but there are other case-by-case things that we may be able to pay for. And we help people fill out vouchers for childcare. We sometimes have a partnership with a childcare agency across the street that can help watch people during interviews on a limited case-by-case basis. And then we also have a partnership for Vehicles for Change for people who meet very specific eligibility requirements to get free or low-cost vehicles. We know what we do well and we know what we don't do. So these external referrals to community partners are some of the things that we don't do. So we don't, on site, we don't have substance use treatment or mental health services. We have in the past partnered with a social worker where we can connect you directly. And sometimes they will meet on site if you have transportation issues. But CFUF does not offer those services directly. We work with partners in the community that we value to connect you with services that you need that we don't offer. Again, same with housing. So there are many ways to get connected to us. I put my information in the chat. It, I believe, has also been distributed there. If you go to our website, there's a button on the homepage that says to access CFUF services during the COVID-19 crisis. And if you click on that and say what program you're interested in or what your general need is, then someone from our intake department will give you a call. You can also call any one of us directly. My number's at the bottom there, but Tyler and Mr. Cooper are our primary intake specialists who conduct all of our intakes by phone. And then for anyone who's on staff and wants to refer someone, there's an electronic referral form that I can send you the link to if you contact me, and you can fill that out and we can have somebody reach out directly to the person that you're referring. Does anyone have any questions? You can also contact me directly if you have questions. And again, I put my contact information in the chat, but it's also here.
Thanks so much, Kate. I think it's just amazing. So I think for some of the services you said that they would have to be, students would have to kind of graduate from the different programs. So for example, like the Vehicles for Change with assistance with like a car or something like that. Okay. And an average program takes how long? Like it's depending on which one, whether it's Strive or Boost. You have to do Strive before you can do Boost, right?
You have to do Strive before you can do Boost, but you can also just do Fatherhood or just Strive. You do have to graduate Strive to do Boost. And Strive is 3 weeks. So the next one starts on June 4th, and then I think you would complete by June 25th, and which automatically opens up the opportunity for the programs. And if you're interested in Boost while you're in Strive, then I can communicate with you about that and get you ready so that we can make sure everything's lined up for when you finish.
And is that, because I know we were talking about an apprenticeship program, I think 2 speakers back, would that be applying to BCCC on the credit side or the non-credit side? Would students be gaining college credit?
So they're starting on the non-credit side, on the workforce side. That's where all of the free certifications are. But we have discussed with BCCC that if they're interested in pursuing college credits in the same area, there's a good chance that at least a few of the credits will transfer over to college. And we're working on figuring out what that means for each program and how many credits would transfer.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Kate. I look forward to even us just collaborating with you from City Public Schools. So thank you so much.
Okay. And I know you asked the last speaker about advice. I just have one piece of advice for students.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
And that is that I know when I was growing up, and I feel like this happens with a lot of people, everybody's always like, what do you want to be when you grow up? They make it sound like you have to pick one thing, but you just have to pick where you want to start. So, you can change your mind as many times as you want. There are a lot of people that have careers that are not like a direct straight line. They kind of zigzag. And sometimes it's difficult to figure out what it is that you really like and what you're good at and what you're interested in. So you just have to pick what you want to do first. Congratulations.
So when did you know what you wanted to do?
So I knew that I always liked helping people, but when I went to college, I graduated with a bachelor's degree in women's studies, which you really can't do anything with unless you want to pursue like working at a women's organization or get a master's in women's studies. And I didn't want to do that. I honestly got my degree in women's studies because college was hard, and I found a degree that would ensure that I graduated instead of that was going to help me with my career. And so I then worked at a nonprofit where I worked with kids and I delivered meals to seniors, and I worked for an after school program. And then I worked for a law firm for 6 years. And then I decided to go to law school, but I didn't really want to practice law. So when I finished law school, I worked for a reentry program, helping people coming home from prison, and also helped start a program in a jail. And then I ended up at Center for Urban Families. And when I started at CFUF in 2017, I was running a program for justice-involved youth ages 18 to 24 who had had some type of contact with the justice system, either as a juvenile or an adult. But there are a lot of different things that I'm interested in. I do a little practicing law on the side, like writing wills, which is totally different from what I do during the day. I'm also a co-manager of our tax site at Center for Urban Families. So like there's so many different things to do out there, and you can do a lot of them. You don't have to just pick one.
Your story is so awesome, and I love it. Like you can have many passions, and I think you're able to live all of your passions in different ways, right?
Yeah,
whether it's
yeah,
within your work or outside of your work. So no,
yeah,
that's
and
such an inspiring message.
yeah, I thought of one more piece of advice is utilize your networks. Like if somebody offers to be your mentor, or if you like what somebody does, ask questions. There's so many of us out there that are willing to help and offer our services and advice and connections. It's all about who you know, and you know a lot of people, but like all the people that you know also know a lot of people. So ask for help when you need it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kate. That was awesome. Thank you. I see our next company that we're going to talk to is Chesapeake Bay Trust, and I see Joseph here with us, so I'm going to transfer it over, and I see his name is Joe on the screen, so I'm going to call you Joe and not Joseph, and I'm going to spotlight you for everyone.
That is totally fine. Joe or Joseph works perfectly. So I'm gonna, let's see, share my screen. I'm gonna ask, can you all see it as everyone does?
I can see it, and it's beautiful. I love that caterpillar.
Amazing. Yeah, these are some pictures taken by some of our core members, which is kind of what I'm going to talk about today. But, you know, so my name is Joe Tolan. I work at the Chesapeake Bay Trust. And I'm going to talk a little bit about our organization and then one of our biggest workforce development programs, the Chesapeake Conservation Corps. So, you know, a little bit about the trust. We do lots of different types of work. You know, we do restoration work, we do environmental education work, we do, you know, planting projects, vacant lot restoration, tons of different things, and then also like design. So on the screen, you can see some of our different projects that we funded in the past, starting with like our big restoration projects to kind of getting kids outside, and then this vacant lot project at the bottom. So a little bit about the trust. Our mission is kind of to get everybody involved in, oh, sorry, I slid way ahead. Here we go. To kind of get everybody involved in the environmental, you know, field, basically, if you want to be involved. And so, you know, it's really a simple thing, which is that like we believe that everybody should be involved in this effort. We were created in 1985 by the Maryland General Assembly, and then we put out about $11 million in grants every single year throughout the state of Maryland and throughout the Chesapeake Bay watershed. And this is just a little graphic about like where our money comes from. If any of you have seen the Chesapeake Bay license plate, that's where we get a lot of our money. But we also have different sources from different partnerships, different individual donors, doing taxes people can donate, and lots of different sources. And then where the money goes, we do lots and lots of different types of projects here at the Trust. So I'm going to talk to you guys today about our Chesapeake Conservation Corps, which is, you know, for people between the ages of 18 and 25. So I'm sure a lot of you guys are in that range right now, and it's a really great program that we run here. So what is it about this program? You know, it's a green workforce development program. It was established in 2010, so we're in our 11th year now running the program. And it's a year of service, but it is paid, which is a great thing. So as far as eligibility, as long as you're permitted to work in the United States, you can be part of this program. And it's a really great way to connect with other young people that might be interested in the environmental field all over the state. So this is a little bit of information about the Corps on one slide. So typically every year we place between 35 and 40 people in the program. And what we do is we place different people at different host sites throughout the state of Maryland. So just for an example, in Baltimore City, we've worked with a couple different people. So, Carrie Murray Nature Center is one of them, which is near Gwen Falls and Leakin Park. The National Aquarium, we placed Corps members there before. Baltimore Tree Trust, we have a Corps member there this year. The Baltimore Department of Public Works have had Corps members in the past. I think Civic Works has as well. So we partner with different organizations, but there's lots within Baltimore City. And then even if you're not looking to stay super close to Baltimore, there's plenty of other organizations across the state. So our stipend right now is about $20,000 for the year. It's paid every 2 weeks. We're trying to increase that every single year, so it will probably go up for our next year of the program. And one thing that we did this year, which was new, was a fellowship to increase the diversity in the Corps. And so that should be coming back next year. We haven't fully fleshed out all of the information on it yet, which is why it's not on here. But that provides about $5,000 extra to anybody who has a need for extra money to be part of the program, basically. What you'll get out of this program are lots of trainings, lots of opportunities to network with people. And so I will talk a little bit about the trainings that we offer throughout the program. And then there's a capstone project that everybody does where you kind of get to manage a project that you want to from start to finish with your host organization. We provide a grant opportunity so that you can learn how to apply for and manage a grant, which is something that I think a lot of people can benefit from, especially in the nonprofit world in general. Just grant writing is something that a lot of people don't get that opportunity to do. And then you'll have a mentor through the program, and that's somebody that you can ask for support who is there kind of for anything that you need. And a lot of times our Corps members, stay connected to their mentors even after the program is over. So the trainings, I told you guys that we have 6 of them, and the goals of it are kind of to increase your knowledge, and then deepening your relationship with other Corps members. Like I said, this program is really great for getting to know other people in your field kind of that are just starting their career, and you never know what those relationships are going to look like 5-10 years down the road. So it's a really great thing to do. And likely our trainings are going to look like this. So we'll have a team building training every year that we do kind of right after the program starts. And the program starts in August of every year. I don't know if I said that yet. And what that training looks like is just kind of getting to know everybody else that's going to join the Corps with you for the year. Our second training every year is at the Chesapeake Watershed Forum, which is a big kind of Chesapeake Bay wide conference that happens in November of every year in West Virginia. We have a leadership retreat every single year where you will gain skills in being a leader and kind of cultivating that for yourself. We do offer a diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice training, which is really important. I think that this last year has been very challenging for people of color specifically. And so I think that this work is really important, and I'm excited that we offer that training to people. We have a professional development training where you'll learn interview skills, writing your resume, writing cover letters, and kind of how to take that into whatever you're going to do after the Corps is over. And then we have an environmental education retreat, which usually happens on an island in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay in Virginia. Obviously, this year it looked a little bit different because of COVID, but we're hoping to bring that back. Peer-to-peer site visits are another great thing that you'll get out of this program. And so what we encourage people to do is visit other people that are in the program and work with them for a day. And I think one of the great things about this is that you can make those other connections with other core members, mentors, and other people that other core members work with. So it's super important to do that because you never know who's gonna, be helping you down the future. Like I said, you will do a capstone project for your time in the Corps. And so it is a required element, but it's something that we hope that you will take ownership of, that is kind of your own project throughout the year. So this is just one example of a capstone project that one of our Corps members did on the Eastern Shore. And it was specifically to help out communities of color on the Eastern Shore and educating, young children about, why they matter. And it was super cool as a project, kind of tying in environmental education. And then there's the grant opportunity. And so you can do kind of anything that you want to do as long as it relates to kind of environmental work. So there's lots of different examples here on the slide about like what you can do. I'm not going to read all of them, but I think a lot of people tend to do different types of workshops about some sort of thing that they're passionate about. We see a lot of people doing water quality monitoring and kind of doing that at different locations that are important for their host site. And invasive species removal is another thing that a lot of people do where they learn how to identify invasives and remove them. And mentorship, like I said, you would have somebody kind of supporting you throughout your year in the Corps, and they're the people that really will get to know you on a very personal level and support you. We have mentors that become super, super important to our Corps members, and they're able to help our Corps members kind of find jobs at the end of their year in the program. And depending on who your mentor is, they can become super important even further down the road. We have a Corps member this year who came out of the program and kind of was hired right into a director level position thanks to their mentor. And so it's really cool to kind of see these type of connections happen throughout the Corps and kind of blossom down the road. And so I have here time for questions at the end, but basically for a timeline of the program starts in August of every year. So, unfortunately, this is a little bit after our deadline to apply for this year, but we will be opening up the applications again very soon for the next year's program. And so if you're interested in the environmental field, it's a great way to kind of get started, get your feet in the water for a year and find out if you really like it or not. And if you don't like it, that's okay. At least you got the experience and you can kind of move on from there. So yeah, I think that's what I had, and I'm happy to answer any questions that people have.
So Joe, is this a little bit like AmeriCorps? Like, how would you describe the, so would students do college and this, or what is that really? Or is this like a in-between gap as they still try to figure it out?
Yeah, so it would be a gap year. It is a full-time position for the year. So we do see some students do like part-time school at the same time, but it typically can be a little bit challenging to do that just because it is a full-time position for a year. But it is run similar to AmeriCorps programs, and we will provide any resources that we have after the program is over to kind of help you transition to whatever you're going to do next.
Thank you so much. Do you mind putting your contact information? I don't know if you had a slide for that or if you want to put it in the chat if anyone is interested. And you said the next opening won't be until
It'll probably open again in November or December. So it is a couple months before it reopens.
Okay. Any words of advice for our young people amazing people getting ready to graduate?
Well, one, congratulations. That's super exciting. And I think kind of like other people shared, it's kind of put yourself out there. You never know who you're going to meet and what they're going to do in the world. And sometimes having those people on your side is amazing. I think the other thing that is just my biggest piece of advice is that, if you meet most of the qualifications for a job, but maybe not one or two things, you should apply for it anyway, because sometimes you never know what exactly you know, the organization that you're applying for is like looking for, and you might fit that even if you don't meet like every single one of the qualifications. And so I just encourage people to apply. The worst they can say is no, and then you have the experience interviewing no matter what. So
I love it.
yeah.
I think that's such great advice. So don't limit yourself. I love it. Thank you so much, Joe. And so our next organization was going to be the Ecological Society of America, but I do not see anyone from that organization. So what I will do is I'll put their information in the chat in case any of our students are interested in learning more. But the Ecological Society of America was, I'm just looking it up. It was a workforce training program for, it had fellowships and field experiences for students interested in environmental sciences. So I'm putting their information in the chat in case anyone is interested in that. And then we're going to go to our next organization, which is JARC. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Harrison.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. I'm really quickly going to share my screen, and you guys can let me know if you can see it.
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Beautiful. Wonderful, wonderful. So again, thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to be here. Congratulations to all my graduating seniors. Whoop, whoop, kudos to you. You're on your way out of here. I'm so proud of you and congratulations again. So my name is Sade and I'm the program coordinator here at the Jane Addams Resource Corporation, also known as JARC Baltimore. And I'm here to tell you a little bit about the types of career readiness and career readiness training that we offer, and specifically how to become a JARC trainee. So before I get started, I'll give you a brief description of our program and the history of our organization. So JARC Baltimore is a vocational training program for individuals who are interested in CNC and computer numeric control. So in short, we connect individuals to the manufacturing industry so that they can go on to have successful careers in welding and computer numerical control. So our Baltimore office was founded in 2015, and ever since then, we've been providing skills training and supportive services to adults or individuals with barriers to employment ever since then. JARC Baltimore also has a sister organization in Chicago, and our main mission for both organizations has been focusing on addressing the skills labor gap. So we focus on serving job seekers and providing skilled manufacturing training to workers. So individuals who may have never worked in the manufacturing industry or who may have never worked in welding or computer numeric control, we help get them trained so that they can begin entry-level careers in the manufacturing industry. So the main mission of JARC Baltimore is to promote strong communities, businesses, and households to ensure that people who work don't live in poverty. JARC also provides high-quality skill support services to help lower income and unemployed workers achieve self-sufficiency. And how do we do that? So we do that by creating these training opportunities through our careers in manufacturing program. So our JARC model focuses on providing that hands-on occupational skills training in CNC and welding, like I said before. And also, to reiterate what I said before, our office really focuses on connecting community members to the manufacturing industry so that we can create an environment for growth and continue learning and training for our trainees. One of the ways that we get to create a continued environment for learning, also while introducing community members to the manufacturing industry, is because our program works as a simulated work environment. If you come into our program, we're located on 4910 Park Heights Avenue, right in West Baltimore. And you'll see that our training center is set up mainly like a CNC or welding shop. You'll see we have office space and a few classrooms, but the idea behind having our training center set up like a welding and CNC shop is so that we can continue, so that our instructors can continuously train our trainees for that work environment that they potentially be working in the future. Another cool facet of our program is that we are an open entry, open exit program. And what that means is that we have a rolling application. We don't have an entry cutoff, so you can enter our program anytime throughout the year. And I'll be sharing the application link and orientation information with you guys at the end. But that's really one cool facet of our program, that we're constantly having people come in and graduate out. Another really great facet of our program is that in addition to that hands-on training in CNC and welding, working with the machines, these services are also coupled with supportive services that include work readiness training, financial and employment coaching. So our employment coach helps our trainees to understand their goals and ambitions. When they come into the program, our employment coach does a barriers assessment to help us understand some of the resources that we might be able to offer for individuals if they need it. Financial coaches and employment coaches work with child support, debt collectors, and legal counsel to help you guys understand and manage whatever personal or financial barriers that you might have coming into the program. In addition to that coaching throughout the program, when you graduate our program, you graduate with national certifications. And when you have those certifications, you'll begin working with our job developer, who will work with you in these one-on-one sessions to help you kind of map out what your career will look like in the future, where you see yourself going in the welding or CNC industry, and help find that optimal placement for you. So when you get your national credentials with all these supportive services that we offer, we're hopeful that all those services will lead to gainful employment for our trainees. So in order to receive all these amazing and wonderful services, in order to become a trainee at Dark Baltimore, all you have to do is be authorized to work in the United States, be a Maryland State resident, be over the age of 18. We are also a criminal background friendly organization. And what that means is that we can accept individuals who might have blemishes on their criminal record, with the exception of any sexual offenses. Next, we do not have a high school diploma or GED requirement, and that's because we have tape testing at the entry of the program. So interested individuals will complete our application process, and a part of the application process is tape testing, where we'll gauge your math and reading scores to decide what level of the program that you'll start in. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in later slides. Finally, you have to be able to pass a drug test. All right, so here's a little bit more information about our training track specifically. And this slide just explains that our fast track class, which is, we have fast track for CNC and fast track for welding. But if you come into our program and you take your tape testing and you score at or above the 8th grade level, then you're eligible for our fast track class. And what that means is that you come right into the training center, you begin working with instructors and getting that hands-on instruction from your welding or CNC instructor. Usually our fast track classes are last a full day, and they're from 9:15 to 4 p.m. If you're a person who tests for our program and you score below that 8th grade level, specifically between a 5th and a 7th grade level, then we also are able to accept you, but you'd be starting in our program in the fundamentals of manufacturing course. And that just basically means you won't be working directly with your instructors as soon as you enter the program. Instead, you could take up to 2 to 14 weeks to familiarize yourself with shop math, print reading, meteorology, in order to get into our fast track class. If you're a person who comes to test with us and you test below that 4th grade level, then unfortunately we're unable to accept you. Tape testing is one of the biggest deciders of whether or not you're able to come into our program. And if you do score below that 4th grade level, then you are referred out to our academic bridge program, where you can study up to get into our fundamentals of manufacturing program. And usually our fundamentals class is from 9 to 12, and then the academic bridge has the same type of hours. And the slide should say Monday through Thursday instead of Tuesday through Thursday. All right, so now a little bit more information about our tracks in general, our specific training tracks. The first one is our welding track. And our welding track usually takes up to 14 weeks to complete. When you graduate, you receive that 10-hour OSHA certification, as well as credentials by the American Welding Society. And that would include your stick, 3G and 4G, as well as your MIG welding certifications. And those certifications can be taken with you anywhere, whichever job that you choose to go to after you complete our program, or if you choose to continue your training in welding, you'll have those certifications for your portfolio. Similarly, our computer numerical control course takes a little bit longer to complete, and that's because you'd be learning a whole new coding language that takes up to 20 weeks to complete. You'd receive your 10-hour OSHA certification, as well as credentials by the the Institute of National Metalworking Skills, and that would be your level 1 or level 2. So those are the 2 tracks that we have right now. Welding and computer numerical control. And the other way to get into our program is not necessarily through one of our fast tracks, but through that fundamentals course if you have a lower test score. All right, now how does interested individuals sign up for our program or learn a little bit more about what we offer? All individuals who are interested in our program have to undergo mandatory orientation. Right now, our training is in person. So if you were accepted into our program, then you would be expected to report to our training center Monday through Thursday between the hours of either 9 to 4 or 9 to 12, depending on your training track. And on Fridays, we have a virtual soft skills class. So you'd be in class Monday through Thursday, attending soft skills on Friday. And if you're interested in getting into either of those tracks or courses, all you have to do is attend one of our orientations. So today's May 12th, and we have one coming up at 3. Most people won't be able to make that one. But our next our next orientation is going to be May 26th. And that happens at 9 a.m. as well as 3 p.m. And this orientation is completely virtual. You just hop on Zoom, learn a little bit more about our program and enrollment process. Then you get the opportunity to apply and hopefully test and get a start date and begin in our program. So if you're interested, please feel free to come to our May 26th virtual orientation, and I'll put the link on how to sign up for that orientation in the chat. And if you have any questions about our program in general, if you have questions about welding and CNC, I'd love to answer any questions that you might have. Our program manager's email is up at the top, katrinajones@janeadams.org. Or you can email me if you have any questions about CNC and welding or our training program in general at shadeh@jane-adams.org. So in order to, if you have any questions, feel free to email us. But if you do want to just go ahead and sign up for our orientation, you can visit www.jarkbaltimore.org, and I'll be putting a link to attend those orientations in the chat. And that's all I have for you guys today. Thank you guys for having me. And I'm really hopeful that I'll see some of you guys at our next orientation and hopefully starting new careers in the manufacturing industry. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sade. I don't know if you want to highlight just how big this industry is and how much talent is needed. I know whenever we meet with manufacturing companies, they're like, our employees are retiring and they're aging out, and we need to figure out how to make manufacturing interesting to young people. And so do you want to talk about like why this is an interesting industry and just the opportunities for growth for our graduating seniors?
Sure, I'd love to. And I'm so glad that you asked that question because I can speak from experience when I say that people who enter the manufacturing industry as a machinist or as a welder usually stay in those jobs for many, many, many years. Our welding instructor has 52 years of experience and has been able to work for the automotive industry. He's worked for SpaceX. He's worked in so many different industries where he can take this one skill, this one certification, and apply it in a multitude of different ways. I also want to share the story of one of our trainees who came into this program with 0 experience in welding, graduated our 14-week program in 12 weeks. And when they were offered a job, they were offered a job at a company where they'd be designing and machining airplane parts, and this for Boeing. And this is something that our trainee had never even thought about, an industry that they never thought they see themselves in. But all it takes is the initiative, taking that first step, getting your welding certification, and you'll be surprised in how many industries you'd be able to use it.
Thank you so much. I really
Of
appreciate it. And I
course.
love your excitement. You have me excited about manufacturing.
Yes, manufacturing is exciting, and we need more women in manufacturing. So ladies, do not be afraid to apply.
Thank you so much, Sade.
Of course, thank you.
The next organization that we have is Catwalk Boutique, and I'm going to turn it over to.
I'm not sure. I thought it was Tony, but I'm not sure if I see her. Hold on.
Yeah, I thought she was here, but I don't see her now. So,
okay.
Shay, you're going to do it?
Yes, I most certainly am. All right.
Thank you.
I am. Going to.
If not, I think I have a slide ready.
Yeah, you can if you have a slide ready. I do have.
It's not an interesting slide. But I
Oh, well,
will
then
share.
hold on, because the website's awesome.
Well,
if
it's
you're into that kind of thing.
Look.
Oh yeah, you have it. You're awesome.
I just wanted to surprise you, but go ahead.
You definitely surprised me. You do an awesome job of that. So the Catwalk Boutique is very interesting. They have very interesting styles. They are looking for sales positions and internships. And the unique thing is that there's about 5 internships available. And the unique thing is that you'll learn designing, about fashion designing. You'll be given an opportunity to design your own clothing, and the shop itself is right downtown. So I do like the ability for the flexibility for those as well. If you have any questions about that, you can definitely reach out to me and I can give you some more information. They have like pop-up shops. So if you have started or are designing your own fashion, then, you know, that's something else that they help you to help cultivate that as well. All right, sorry, I thought I was sharing my screen. All right, and that's really it for them. I know we've gone over a little bit, so what I wanted to do is, if it's okay, is to go ahead to the next one. I don't think that they're here, and I have something for them. Is that okay?
I'm here.
Oh, you're here, Darcy?
Yeah.
Hi, Darcy.
Hi. How's it going?
I think I must have put your name in the Google too fast. Okay, are you going to share?
Yeah.
Yay! I love you, Darcy. I miss you. Sorry, guys.
I know. No, it's good to see you. I'm happy to be here. Thank you. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So I do have a PowerPoint. I'm assuming I'll be able to share my screen. Okay. Cool. Great. All right, awesome. Thanks everybody for being here. I'm excited to share with you. So I'm with FoodWorks, which is the culinary social enterprise of the Maryland Food Bank. Oh, it's so yeah, there we go. So FoodWorks is a 12-week culinary training program. We're in partnership with CCBC, the Community College of Baltimore County. And we are, sorry, I'm getting, Shay, I'm getting pop-ups to like let people in the waiting room. Are you getting those too? Or is it because I'm pinned?
No, you're good.
Okay.
We see them also. You're fine. It's just because you're
cool.
a co-host that you're going to see that. I apologize.
No, it's okay. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to do something. Okay. Yeah, so In the culinary arts training program, we cover all different kinds of different culinary techniques, as well as job readiness training. So we do have career development part of a program where we work on resume writing, interview skills, and job placement, everything like that. Some of the food that you'll be working with is actually going to be donated to the food bank, and then we work to change it into meals and or lessons for our program. So we do try to maintain the that goal of the food bank to mitigate food waste. And students will go through 3 phases while they're with us. So the program is 3 months long. Each month, students will take a phase up exam, and in that exam, it's a written and practical exam, and you have to pass that in order to move on to the next part of FoodWorks. Okay. So like I said, we have technical skills, kitchen training, and etiquette. So working in a kitchen is really unlike any other job that you'll have. There's definitely a certain set of etiquette rules and professionalism standards that need to be maintained, and you'll learn all of that in real time in the kitchen. We also have a big emphasis on food safety. So when students come in their first week, they'll test for and hopefully receive their ServSafe food handler certification. And then in the 10th week, they get their ServSafe manager certification. So when you're able to get those 2 certificates, every kitchen in Maryland needs a ServSafe manager on site at all times. So if you're walking into the job with that manager, with that certificate already, it's just a leg up to everybody else who might be in the kitchen. A leg up to move up to management faster and maybe to get another $1 or 2 more per hour. We also have a big emphasis on job placement. So our whole goal is to get people employed in the culinary industry and get the job that they want. So we have a number of employer partners that we work with. We have real interviews during the cohort. We have employers come in to interview folks. So a lot of we work to get people employed as soon as possible. A few logistics. So when you come in, you'll have a uniform ready for you every day. The uniform is a coat and pants, and you can wear whatever clothes you want to wear. You'll change into your uniform, and then you'll change back out when you leave for the day. We have a service that launders the clothes for us. Also part of the uniform is your thermometer, hat, and shoes. Those we will give to you, and you have to keep those and clean them and kind of take care of them all yourself throughout the cohort. We also give you any school supplies that you need. You'll get a locker. You'll also get a transportation stipend. And that transportation stipend also includes a morning shuttle. So if you're someone who takes the bus, we have a morning shuttle that can pick you up, and then we'll give you the bus pass to have a ride home in the afternoon. The shuttle stop that we have right now is at Mondawmin Mall. We also have one at Johns Hopkins Hospital, but we rarely have people who use that one. So mostly it's the Mondawmin Mall one. So yeah, and you also get your ServSafe manager textbook. With COVID, we've transitioned to a hybrid model, and I think when we're in a post-pandemic world, we're going to keep this model because it's actually worked out really well. It's given more flexibility to both students and staff. So Mondays and Tuesdays, we are online from 9 to 4. That will include both Zoom time and work on your own time. It varies throughout the 12 weeks, which days have which thing. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we are in person from 8 until 4. And we expect excellent attendance. And yeah, I talked about the phase ups already. And like I was saying, we do have a number of employer partners throughout Baltimore. Some of our strongest include Guinness, Woodbury Kitchen, Johns Hopkins Hospital, really all of the hospitals around towns, public schools, universities, senior living places, a bunch of different restaurants and catering companies. And I'm starting to see movement in the catering world again, which is really exciting. So I think by the time the next cohort graduates, There will be some more like catering opportunities than there have been the last year. We do a drug screening. I'm sorry, we do not do a drug screening. We don't do a pre-enrollment drug screening. We do reserve the right to drug screen folks if we feel like something's happening, if they're coming in under the influence, but we do not do a pre-enrollment drug screening. We also do run a background check. And anything that comes up that we feel like we need to talk to you about, we will talk to you about it. All right, and the enrollment process. So there is an online application. Once you put in the online application, you'll come to either a virtual or in-person information session. I do both every other week. One is virtual, one's an in-person, virtual in person. So come to an info session. Then you'll have a prospective student interview on Zoom with myself and our case manager. Then you have to come in and do the TABE test, which is an adult basic education test. It's at high school level. It's just to see where folks are. It's nothing to disqualify anybody. We just want to see where folks are so the chef trainer is as prepared as possible. Then last thing is that you'll need to take a COVID test and test negative for COVID, or show us your vaccination record. As long as we're in the pandemic and everything is like it is today, we will continue to do the negative COVID test result. And the COVID test has to happen within a week before starting. So you'll see that the next two start dates are July 6th and July 12th. So you'll have to have that COVID test like the first week of July. We also have two locations. We have an Maryland Food Bank headquarters location in Halethorpe, which is for folks 18 and up. And we have a new location at the UA House in downtown Baltimore, which is for folks 18 to 24. If you're within that 18 to 24 age range and you would rather be at the food bank headquarters location for any reason, that's totally fine. We just have the UA House option for 18 to 24-year-olds if you would like to be in that age group. And that's all I have. Are there any questions about anything?
Thank you so much, Darcy. Where does the training take place? Because I think I'm only familiar with one location for the Maryland Food Bank.
Yeah. So we have a brand new location. It just opened up a month ago. So our original location is at the Maryland Food Bank headquarters, which is at 2200 Hillthorpe Farms Road, just down the street from the Walmart on Washington Boulevard. The other location is in downtown Baltimore on Fayette Street. It's right across the street from the big post office on Fayette, if you're familiar with that. Also across the street from the health department. So it's in the Living Classrooms building where a lot of activity used to take place pre-COVID. I think they're probably going to start to open back up pretty soon. But yeah, that's where the second location is at the UA House downtown.
Awesome, thank you. So that's where so graduates could do this program at that location, right?
Yeah,
and that's pretty
yeah,
accessible location.
Yeah, it's for 18 to 24-year-olds, so it's perfect for high school grads.
Awesome, thank you so much, Darcy.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So I
Thanks
know
for having me.
Thank you. So I know that Shay covered Catwalk Boutique, but I see Tony here. Tony, I don't know if you want to jump on really quickly to talk about the opportunities available through your organization.
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Hi, thanks for having me. I'm Tony James over at the Catwalk Boutique down in Fells Point. We have an education program called Education Matters. And what we do, we bring on 11th graders, 12th graders, and also people who have graduated from high school and going into college for internship program. Our internship program is called Education Matters. And what we do is we prepare people to become entrepreneurs in the field of fashion. We help them build their portfolios and, to become entrepreneurs in the field of fashion. So we try to inspire them to become entrepreneurs. And this program itself has been going on for over 10 years. We have partnered with Morgan State in the past. We also partnered with Aziza. Aziza is a nonprofit here in Baltimore, so we partnered with them as well. They help young people also become entrepreneurs, and it's a free program here at Catwalk Boutique, and also Angel Park Boutique. That's also a clothing store that we own as well here in Fells Point. And young people, go ahead.
I was going to say, how long is the internship opportunity? Is it over the summer, or can students do it during the school year?
Actually, they do it during the school year as well. We also partner with, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you guys, we also partner with Baltimore City School as well. We've been doing it for like 2 years with Baltimore City School. The young people that's in the 11th grade, they come here on Wednesdays instead of going to school. So we do it year round. It's a year round program.
Awesome.
And what we also have done in the past, we have what we've done in the past, we have put it out there for young people to try to allow them to come into the boutique and, you know, gear up. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous because you guys are recording this, but what we are doing right now, since it is COVID, some people want to do it on Zoom. So we are doing it as well on Zoom.
That's awesome, Tony. I just want to thank you for joining us today, because your opportunity is so unique. But at the same time, it's something that's so well thought of and planned with the entrepreneurship, and adding that to allow people to understand that, you know, sometimes, you know, education is not right away something that they can do, but, you know, with skills to be an entrepreneur, you'll always have that regardless of which direction you decide to go in. So I just want to say thank you for joining us today, and especially what you're doing with our youth. I appreciate that.
And a lot of, and you're right about that, because some of the people who have been in our internship programs, they did not go away with the field of fashion. They actually opened up. I have one young lady now, Rashawn Robinson. Her and her husband have a catering company, and she was my intern when she was 16. Now she's 41, and we're very close. I'm so proud of her and her husband because of their business that they have. So, you know, you don't have to necessarily go into fashion, but you do need to learn how to run a business. So I tell everyone who, you know, gear up and come to the program, it's not about really fashion, it's about learning how to run your business. You have to know how to run a business first before you jump out there and do anything. So that's what we want to instill in all the young people who come into the Education Matters internship program. Number one, is free, and we want to make sure that they learn how to run a business. My motto has always been from my mother: each one, teach one. And you have to make sure that you help your community grow and invest in your community. And that's what we are strongly trying to push out there, that we want to make sure that young people become entrepreneurs.
Outstanding. And how can they reach you? So I can put it in the chat for you. Would you want them to email you or go to your website?
They can go to my website, or they can also email me at onesupremestore@yahoo.com, and one is spelled out ONESUPREME@yahoo.com. They can also call the store directly at 410-669-0600. They have to also do a 15-week internship program. I tell young people, you don't come here to play, you come here to learn, and you have to definitely put in 15 weeks because you can't learn anything overnight.
Outstanding. Thank you, Tony. We appreciate you. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Tony?
And we do have a men's store next door that's part of the program as well. So even if you're a young man, it's not just about the women. So we do have an internship program for the fellas as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So I put your information in the chat for them. Thank you. I appreciate
you guys. Thank you for having me.
Uh-huh. All right.
Bye.
Thank you so much. So Che, I know the next person we had was Baltimore Electrical JTC. I'm going to put their information in the chat, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Williams to talk about the opportunity with Baltimore Core.
Sounds perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Hold on, let me turn my camera on. Yes, good afternoon. Just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to participate and to show up, and just, thank you to all the young folks who are here. And I'm just happy for the opportunity to speak with you. So I wanted to share, my name is Gary Williams. I'm the Deputy Director of Programs at Baltimore Core. One of the things I do in that role is I oversee our Public Allies Baltimore program. And that's our 10-month long nonprofit apprenticeship experience. And so I actually have a PowerPoint that I'll share with you all, just to talk a little bit about the work that I do and how to access that apprenticeship opportunity. So I'm gonna share my screen. And then present. And so just to give you a little background on Baltimore Core, so our mission and our goal is really, how do we connect talent to opportunities to best address Baltimore City's issues? We recognize, Baltimore is a city of immense potential, and we see that, folks here in the city have a myriad of ideas around how to best address those. And so at Baltimore Core, our goal is really then, across all our programs, including Public Allies, is how to connect folks who really care about the city, who want to see the city do better, who want to work on some of the biggest problems and help the city address those. How do we connect them to opportunities and chances to do that for their community? And just to share a bit of our values, we value equity and racial justice, increasing nonprofit effectiveness. We want our organizations, we want the nonprofit sector, we want folks who are changing community to be effective. And we also just put Baltimore first. So everything we do, we want to make sure that it's benefiting the city, and that it's helping the city, reach its potential. And again, like I say, we do this through several things. So we have a place for purpose, which is around connecting folks to full-time opportunities. And then Public Allies Baltimore, which I'll talk to you, is really our premier program around connecting folks who are new to the nonprofit sector, new to working in the community, and are looking for that opportunity to do so. And so what is Public Allies Baltimore? And this is a picture of actually of one of the folks who participated in our program. His name is Jamal, and he was placed at a nonprofit organization, Break a Difference. And they do a lot of disaster recovery work, not all around the country actually, but they're based here in Baltimore. And they actually, one of the projects he worked on was after a really bad storm, doing some organizing park cleanups across the city to help do that. But Jamal was really great. He actually came to us straight out of high school, was really, I could say a critical part of our cohort, and actually ended up getting hired full-time after his 10 months of service with us. By Break a Difference. So I love this picture of Jamal dressed up here in Baltimore doing work, and just, and he's just a really nice guy. So, and then Public Allies is actually a national program. In Baltimore Core, we run this the local site. So since 1992, Public Allies has really been about how do we connect young leaders the opportunities to serve their community, especially, the communities that they come from. And so here in Baltimore since 2009, I was actually in the inaugural class. That's how long Public Allies Baltimore has been in existence. Just to give you a little bit about that. And so people often ask what the experience is like. And so what happens is that 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, young leaders are placed at a local organization, and they're just doing the work in that organization. And so our folks in our AmeriCorps apprenticeship program do a myriad of things. So folks are working, you know, at City Hall and the Mayor's Office for Children, working on their helping do work around trauma-informed care with youth. We have folks who are working on after-school programming. We have folks who, if you care about the environment, we have folks doing that kind of work. We have folks who are doing work around COVID and helping their communities. And just really wanted to take the, you know, take that, again, people are doing a myriad of things across a myriad of different issues. And that's what that looks like on those Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And then every Wednesday, we bring everyone together and we have a leadership development curriculum that we, you know, really steeped in racial justice, and for us to really help folks hone their skills, learn about different experiences and things like that. And so those topics cover everything from the history of racism in Baltimore and how it's influenced the problems we're seeing in our community now, to how to effectively lead teams. Because we just believe, we know folks, you know, all our work is collaborative. Very rarely is your work done in solo. And so how to lead and manage teams is an important part of that. And so we cover everything from that, starting your own nonprofit. So for folks who might say, hey, I actually want to start my own thing, like we provide a series about 7 to 8 trainings that focus around that. But those happen every single Wednesday, the entire 10 months. We also provide like opportunities to get one-on-one coaching. So with program staff, as soon as you come in, we set a plan about what are your goals. You actually set the plan for what you want your goals to be. So whether that's furthering your education, that's starting your own nonprofit, that's working at a different organization, you know, we really set that goal. And then over the time you're in the program, we're working with you to help you accomplish those. Networking events, there's tons of opportunities because of this program being inside of that Baltimore Core network. So Baltimore Core has opportunities for folks to get startup money for their own nonprofits. And so lots of networking happens, intentional networking we do there. Really, you know, a lot of times we talk about, you know, who you know is just as important as what you know. So how are you building those relationships to get to the next opportunity? And so we do that. And we also do joint community service projects as an entire cohort. So people often ask, like, what are the program benefits? So there's a stipend, so a $1,650 a month stipend that's given to folks. There's also health insurance at no cost to you. So we pay the premiums. The other thing is that because we're an AmeriCorps program, there's a $6,195 education award that you receive at the time of program completion. And then that can be used for any trade school, 2-year, 4-year, or graduate school in the US. As someone who, I did this after I came to college, our cohorts are mixed with 50% of folks straight out of high school and 50% of folks straight out of college. It was a great benefit to have that education award, and I was able to go and further my education with it. So it's a great opportunity. We have childcare subsidies for folks who need those things. And then we have a partnership with University of Baltimore College of Public Affairs, where they'll provide a partial match to your education award. So once you finish the program, you get that $6,100, and then you get a partial match to that. And every dollar counts when you're trying to figure out how to pay for your next steps in school. And so I think that that's really, really important. And that's a partnership we actually developed in January. And some of our folks have already applied, received a scholarship. So when they finish in the program and go on to school, they're going to be able to, leverage that money for that opportunity. Just to give you some of the organizations we've worked with. So we've actually partnered with Baltimore City Public Schools and with the Office of Community Engagement. Folks have worked with Health Department, Digital Harbor Foundation, No Boundaries Coalition, Central Baltimore Partnership. These are just some of the organizations. We have 24 people in our cohort spread across 15 different organizations. And so I didn't want to inundate you with every single logo, but just to give you a broad sense of we have folks working on all kinds of issues. So whatever you're passionate about, we have a placement. We most likely have a placement around that opportunity, around that passion and that issue area. And then I just wanted to share profiles of what our current people are doing and some of our alumni. Like Matthew Reed is at the Mayor's Office of Children and Family Success right now, and he's working with around something called trauma-informed care, which is like, how do you work with people who've experienced trauma and how do you help city agencies better do that? And so he's been working with that work group. Then we have on the far right, you see Zoe. She was actually at Coding the Schools. And so when the pandemic first hit, her goal at her organization was about how to ensure students all across Baltimore City had access to internet, what we call digital equity, because it was super important. As you all, will witness, and I have a kid that's doing did virtual school. Some folks just didn't have laptops, tablets, the appropriate equipment, or didn't even have internet service in their home. So it was important. She did a lot of work around connecting folks to those opportunities to make sure people actually had those things. And then in the middle is Maya. I'm a bit biased because I really like Maya, and she was, I was her program manager, her personal coach during her time in the program. But one of the things that she did is she's now a curator at an art gallery called the Gallery About Nothing. It is a Black run and Black owned art space, really about how do you bring Black artists from all around the city and give them opportunities to share their art, to sell their art, to create their art. They also run a small hip hop museum there, so definitely go check them out. And I just really like that because to me, it's just something different. And it's a recognition that Black artists in Baltimore are doing great pieces of work. And they might not necessarily always end up in the Walters or the BMA, but there are other spaces for them to create. And there's ways for people in community to get connected to art that isn't necessarily going to huge institutions, but being able to support small galleries like the Gallery About Nothing. And so I really like that. I've been to a couple of their events, and it's a really cool space. So I'm super, that's something she started. She was in our program. And then after she finished, she was big into photography. She traveled the country doing photography. She actually did a photography for Kanye West for one of his modeling shows, and then just came back to Baltimore and opened this art gallery. So just to go to show you, our folks are just kind of doing all kinds of things. And so people ask, what is the application process? So from now until June 4th, we have an online application and initial candidate interviews. And so if you're interested, apply.publicallies.org. And so we do that through June 4th, and we'll be accepting applications. Then July 5th, the week of July 5th, we begin our matching process. And the way that works is we share with all potential candidates the roles we have available. Then the candidates choose who they want to interview with. Candidates interview with those organizations, and then we match them. So we try to go one-to-one matches. So if you choose someone and someone in that organization chooses you, then you're in. July 24th, we make offers to candidates. We call them our allies once they accept. And then September 13th is when our cohort starts. And so again, if you're interested and you want to apply, apply.publicallies.org is the website, and check us out. Make sure you apply to the Public Allies Baltimore site, and we're here. And then again, if you have any questions, I'll answer. If there's time to ask, feel free to ask now. But if you don't feel like asking in a larger group, Gary@baltimorecore.org. Don't hesitate to shoot me an email. I respond pretty quickly. I'm the person who oversees the program, so I'm kind of the best person to go to if you have questions. All right.
Thanks so much, Mr. Williams. Do you how will a graduate know if this is the best fit for them as they consider their next steps after high school?
Yeah, like I said, for me, I would say it's the best step for you if you know a couple things. If you're looking for opportunity to earn money to go towards higher ed, I think it's a great opportunity to do that. So like I said, getting that $6,200, and then if you go to University of Baltimore, that partial match for that scholarship is, can add even more, can add up to, add even more. I think if you're passionate about community if you're passionate about Baltimore and wanting to see Baltimore be better, then this is an opportunity to do real work. Like this isn't just an internship. So you're not just in a place shuffling papers, answering phones, whatever. You're like out in community doing real work in the city. And so for me, that's important to really stress, right? Like if you want that real opportunity to see like, oh, this is what it's like doing work, you know, in Baltimore, whether it's for a city agency or a small local nonprofit, like seeing, and if that's the kind of career you're interested in potentially exploring, then that's how you know this is the opportunity for you. If you're interested in starting your own nonprofit, like this is a great opportunity because many of our host sites are ran by folks who founded that organization. So getting connected to them and seeing what it's like to be a founder and to learn from founders and folks who founded their own thing and really been interested and passionate about it. So I think if you're passionate about, you know, solving Baltimore's biggest problems, like this is the opportunity for you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Williams. And thank you so much for sharing this opportunity with our soon-to-be graduates. So I know we had a long day. I know we are now at the end of day 2 of our senior recruitment fair. I'm going to turn it over to Greg, who's going to close us out. I'm going to share my screen so that our companies and our students can give us some feedback. Students, if you're interested in any of the programs that were presented today, please make sure to complete the survey as well. Oh, I just turned myself off, Greg. I'm going to turn it over to you.
No problem. I just didn't want to interrupt you. Thank you so much, Adenike, and thank you, students and presenters and all of the wonderful folks we had joining us today. This has really been great just to see the huge variety of options that are available for our seniors once they graduate. And I want to just encourage you to fill out that exit survey, because if you have any questions about next steps, it's really well designed so that it will help you to answer your questions, actually, to fill out that survey. And it'll also help us figure out how we can best support you. So again, I just want to thank you on behalf of the Office of College and Career Readiness and the Mayor's Office of Employment Development. And if you're at all interested in Grads to Careers, I'm just going to plug it again, go on that website and apply. And I just want to encourage everybody to have a great rest of the day, and congratulations again to all of the seniors. We're really excited to see your next steps, and we hope that today has been helpful as you figure out where you're headed. And I hope that you take away that you have lots of support. So thanks again.
Thank you
Adenike, did I miss
much.
anything?
No, you never miss anything. You're awesome. So thank you, Greg. Thank you, Grads to Career. Thank you to all of our workforce training providers, our apprenticeship providers. There's so many opportunities in Baltimore City, and we're just thankful for that you were able to kind of share that information today. We recorded it because this is just a nugget that we can use repeatedly just to connect our seniors to all of these opportunities. So we just look forward to the partnership and how we make these pathways more visible to our young people so that they can be connected to pathways that they're interested in and passionate about. So really thankful for our students, our employers, our apprenticeship providers, our workforce training providers, and for everyone who made today possible. So thank you, Greg. And I'm going to stop recording and I'm going to end the meeting.
Thanks, Adenike.
Thank you.